Hey there, internet friends. Welcome to another episode of That Nerdy Site Show, a weekly podcast, sometimes weekly, sometimes not, where the team members from That Nerdy Site get together to talk about our lives and all of the nerdy things we love about them. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey, fresh back from Disneyland. And joining me this week, we have Cameron Abbott. How you doing, Cam?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's going on? And also special guest for this episode, as has become kind of our tradition on these big Final Fantasy spoiler casty things, we have Brandon Gann. How you doing, Brandon?
I am fantastic and so happy and excited and confused to talk about this game with you guys. We'll get into it, but I've been looking forward to this for a very long time since our last 3 to 4 hour chat of
Mm-hmm.
Remake.
Yeah.
So, very excited to dig in.
Indeed. Yes, today is going to be all about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. As is often our case, we will do kind of a spoiler free thoughts at the top of the episode, kind of sharing our general thoughts on the game now that all three of us has finished it. I finished it about a week ago. Brandon, I don't know necessarily when you finished it, but I know Cam finished it just a couple days ago. And then we will dive into full spoiler territory and talk about kind of really the nuts and bolts of everything. And stay tuned for kind of all the time codes on all of that stuff. Before we hop in, though, if you like what you hear, please remember to like, subscribe, rate, review, share the podcast with your friends, all that fun stuff. So yeah, spoiler-free thoughts first. Brandon, as the big guest, I want to throw it to you. What did you think about this game, and maybe even like how does it stack up against remake in terms of kind of the big picture of this trilogy that we're on?
So, with Rebirth, overall, from beginning to end, loved it. Loved it so much that I loved it more than Remake, which was my second favorite game of all time,
Okay.
with how much I love the original. So this is my number two favorite game of all time. Absolutely love it. Yes, it is not perfect. Yes, I have some things that I kind of question some decisions. Yes, there are some parts that made me want to pull my hair out and throw the controller. But overall, from story, characters, music, combat system, mini games, for the most part, everything just hit a note. It's very difficult to articulate when I'm someone who has looked forward to this remake trilogy for so many years because the original is my favorite game of all time. And the fact that expectations and hype and hope and anticipation not only were paid off, but exceeded it
Mm-hmm.
by degrees and by multiple factors. I it's also very hard to not say anymore without spoilers, and I feel kind of self-conscious in saying that, oh, loved it, and then just no more after that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it should not be understated, if it could be understated, how much Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is. It is a triumph of not just its source material, but I just think of just modern games, modern RPGs, because of its ambition, its scope, its scale, and how
Mm-hmm.
it does so much phenomenally. I am over the moon about it.
Excellent.
Loved it.
Cam, how about you? What are your thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Man, I felt very conflicted about the ending, which we'll get to in Spoilercast. Up until I put some more thought into it and like remembered a lot of things from the original Final Fantasy VII. We touched about it a little bit when I think somebody was taking out the trash.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the biggest thing that I can kind of take away from my time with the game is that this game, even if with all of its like wonky story beats, has some of the best goddamn gameplay I've ever played in a game. It has some of the funnest and most engaging mini games. It has the ability to fill my time with stuff without actually like making progress in quote unquote the main story, but it feels venerated by the characters growing together. Um, and I think that's really the kicker. Is last time it was always about like the whole remake aspect of it and like where things changed, what they elaborated on. This time I didn't pay too much attention to that as much as I paid attention to the way that the game took the time to let the characters grow into themselves, and whether it's with the kind of like side dialogues or the kind of ambient storytelling, driving around in the buggy, and like having people talk to each other about stuff, making jokes and quips. It made these characters that I already loved from the original game. I loved even more. It let these characters kind of like really flesh themselves out through their own dialogue choices, and I felt that I was really impressed with the way that they were able to make like what was kind of like quote unquote classic tragic backstory stuff actually feel real and far more tragic by allowing these moments of kind of like exploration of characters like growth and moments in what was otherwise kind of just like a these blocky textures in the original game being now fully fleshed out in beautiful graphics has let it come to a point where these moments feel more poignant, they feel more real, and they feel more brutal. Barrett putting on sunglasses is never not a moment that makes you just kind of want to tear up. Because it's not, I mean, in the moments, story beat moments where he's putting on sunglasses to, like, it's kind of like a tough guys don't cry kind of thing is always like poignant story beats that otherwise were just kind of like Barrett's like block figure silent for a minute, dash in like a text box and then like let's get a move on or something like that. Like there's a lot more,
or lots of different symbols to reflect him cursing or something like that. Percent sign, dollar sign,
at sign,
ampersand.
Yeah. 100%. It's letting these characters also just grow. One of my favorite things in the world is like the relationship between Tifa and Aerith, and the way that their friendship is really fleshed out really well, and the fact that these two gals have really bonded together as friends, and they're not just the Betty and Veronica for Cloud. They've grown more than that, and I think they were already more than that in the original game. But it's easy to dismiss it when you're talking about like a game that a lot of people haven't played in more than a decade. And I kind of like look back and be like, yeah, I guess they were Betty Veronica. This time they really let these two characters flesh out and be who they are and confide in each other and be the like that's one of my favorite things is the fact that like Tifa and Aerith really confide in each other and they talk to each other in a very real way and it feels wonderful. The character interactions, the relationships they build makes this longer journey feel full, and I love that.
Mm-hmm. For me, this is very much I'm like I might be the coolest of the three of us on it, but at the same time, like there are moments in this game that I love and will remember always, but then there are also moments that I hated and like loathed and will be glad to never have to play again. And like it was very much a game of extremes for me in that regard. For the most part, this is like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 kind of game for me, and I'm having a great time. But there are a few times where this game dips into like one territory, and I'm like, oh my god, let this section be over. And we'll talk about specifically more in the spoiler stuff, but I don't remember feeling those kinds of like extremes in Remake, whereas like Remake was very consistently I was loving so much of that game throughout. And maybe there is an element of the things I remember about Remake are the things I loved, and the more frustrating times that I had have gone by the wayside. I've forgotten about them. Maybe the same kind of thing will happen with this game as well. But it was. There were definitely times, and it's fascinating because I'm sitting here at the beginning of the year, having put 100+ hours into Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and then immediately putting 100+ hours into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth here, and like they're easily going to be the front runners in my Game of the Year conversation. But even right now, I'm kind of like, there are moments in Rebirth that I liked better than Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth kind of thing, and like a lot of the character dynamics and relationship things I like in that better. But like I did not have the levels of frustration with Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth that I did with this game. So it's like at the end of the day, is one of those gonna weigh out in the other in terms of like Game of the Year stuff, or something going to completely surprise me down the line? Who knows? But like that's kind of where I'm at, is like Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was such like a steady, I'm having a great time experience. And this was like, oh man, I'm loving so much of this. And then I would hit like a crater and just like really, really hate a chunk of this game or a mini game or something like that. And some of that is also going to come from the, trying to get the platinum in this game. And to do so, you have to 100% a lot of the things. And it's like, oh, a mini game that was fun in the like, do it once becomes an incredibly tedious, annoying chore in the, hey, you have to do it perfectly to get the reward
Preach.
that you need for this, this thing. So like there are game design choices on that front that I hate, that I admit are like somewhat self-imposed, because like these are frustrations Cameron's probably not going to deal with because he's not going to chase the platinum on this.
Nope. I've played some of those mini games and fuck them.
Yeah. So like those are like my pain points, but like to focus on the highs and the highlights, everything you guys have touched on already, I think very much I agree on. Like this is one of the most beautiful games, and the size and scope of the things they're doing with it, with this cast of characters, it is like we saw Advent Children in the week before kind of launch, as kind of they released it into theaters and stuff. And I remember thinking this at the like when Remake came out, of like the cutscenes and the fact that like Final Fantasy has always been like, we put so much effort into making our games the prettiest they're ever going to be, and the the visuals of your Final Fantasy 10s and 12s, and like the cutscenes that are full motion video things, of like the fact that Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth here are doing all of that in engine, and it's like whatever sword you have on Cloud's back is what is appearing in the cutscenes, or whatever outfits you're wearing with the characters are what's appearing in the cutscenes and stuff. And it looks better than Advent Children. It looks as good as anything has ever looked in video games. Is such a testament to like the incredible prowess and just the work that the team's been able to put in on a visual level. That coupled with incredible storytelling and great moments for so many of these characters, and yeah, from side quests where you're doing something with so and so character, and you kind of get to know a little bit more about them, or you have like these fun little interactions with them, or just as you kind of touched on, Cam, like being out in the world, and the fact that your whole party's with you the whole time, and you get that more modern trope of the characters interacting and sharing banter with another that you didn't get in the original Final Fantasy VII, especially with like the PHS system of like, you've only got your 3 party members and everybody else is gone. The fact that everybody's out there with you pretty much the entire time and can have those kinds of like Mass Effect-y kind of like banter and let's rib on each other kind of moments and stuff like that. Those are definitely easy highlights of this game. But yeah, there are definitely moments that, and I haven't touched the game in a little over a week, I think, probably since getting back from California. But like a lot of the things that like stick in my mind, and again, some of this might be because the things that I'm running up against the wall in right now are incredibly frustrating things, but there were definitely things as I was playing the game as well of just like, oh my god, I hate this. And knowing the idea of like, I'm in this fight now, this fight in normal mode is giving me the biggest pain in the ass. How am I ever going to do this in hard mode when the same restrictions of Remake apply, of like you can't use items, and your MP is much more limited and stuff like that. I've played about half the game so far in hard mode, and I am not looking forward to the back half because I just know there are going to be some real big pains in the ass when it comes to some of that stuff. So this very much might be a game where I'm like, I'm just not going to have the skill needed to get through some of these things, and I might just have to walk away with like 1 or 2 trophies shy of the platinum, and that's going to be so frustrating. But it's entirely like I'm already steeling myself for what might be that possibility because of the pain I'm having. Like,
I believe in you, Trevor.
When I take a lot of those things aside, especially there were some things I did like kind of in cleanup mode where I like dropped the difficulty down to easy. I was like, oh, this is a much more fun experience for me in easy mode when I'm overpowered and just kind of doing easy. I did appreciate that if you want it, there is also dynamic mode where like the game will kind of level with you versus like normal and easy. And then, yeah, the pain in the ass of hard mode. But yeah, like overall, a very great game, but a game that for me is also marred by more black spots than I would have liked for this. And it is like there is a focusing on the highlights that I liked and the realization that like in my 140 hours of the game, those black spots count for like 3 or 4 hours of that time. But they were like so incredibly frustrating. Or doing a fight in the battle simulator, and it's like, all right, it's a 10-round fight. I got to round 9 and I died, and so that's just 20 minutes of my life that I've just wasted. Those kinds of frustrations are absolutely there, and some of them are there from my own doing, but they are there nonetheless. In a way that I didn't feel those pain points in the original. That said, I never went and did like the big super hard boss fights in the DLC because I wasn't interested in going through those pain points and that frustration. So, maybe that would have been a stepping stone to the difficulty ramping up in this one, but so be it. So, those are kind of my general thoughts. I mean, performances across the board, great. There's like no weak links in the cast, I don't think. And just ton of fun just getting to spend time with more and more of this cast and crew. So yay for that. Anybody have any other spoiler-free thoughts before we dive into full spoilers, or are we good to head that direction?
I think we're good to head into that direction. I think it's a glowing recommendation from all of us, even with Trevor's black spots.
Mm-hmm.
I think overall, like, if you enjoy, we said this by now. If you enjoyed Remake and you're like, should I hop into Rebirth? Yeah, absolutely. You already have. If you haven't,
Mm-hmm.
like, that's crazy that you wouldn't.
Cosign.
Yeah, like I have no doubt anybody listening to this has already played the game. But if you haven't, this is now where you stop and you go play the game.
Yeah.
We're going to be spoiling everything.
Yeah. All right. Then let's
As
dive
much as possible.
Let's dive full into. Oh yeah, and that's. I mean, yeah. Given that our remake spoiler cast was 3+ hours, nearly 4 hours, or maybe even 4+ hours. I don't remember. This might be a little bit of a lengthy one. Brandon and Cameron are two of the biggest lore nerds that will talk forever about some of these things.
Yeah,
So.
I have so much fucking lore just to go over right now.
Yeah. So.
And we're proud of it.
There you go.
100%. I am a proud lore whore. Thank you very much.
Alrighty. So yeah, last chance to duck away. But if you are ready to dive in to more spoiler stuff, let's dive into more spoiler stuff. So I think most fitting to dive into would be the ending of the game. Sure. Spoilers, especially as like so much of the conversation leading up to this coming out of Remake, where they broke the chains of fate and now the game is completely wide open. What's going to happen? Are we still going to get the iconic kind of Aerith death sequence or not? And the fact that we still do, but also presented in a very interesting, different way, that I think is like, I ended up really liking it. I would have loved if they'd found a way to kind of like avoid that. I didn't want anybody else to die in like Aerith's place, but maybe some kind of, we're doing an extreme divergence from the end of the the original games kind of stuff. But when it does kind of seem to be still leading up to that point, I thought it was handled incredibly well and really cool, because we do get kind of the fake out of, we see Cloud fend off Sephiroth after we've seen him not. And it's like, what of these is real? What are we seeing? And then by the end of it, I think, and after all of the big, end game boss fights and stuff, we end with that, like, okay, seems pretty clear she's actually dead, but Cloud, with whatever trauma is like still infused in his brain, is sixth sensing her or whatever, of like, she's still around for him, And that's not good. That's not healthy, because that's just going to drive an even bigger schism between him and the rest of the crew. And I thought that was like so incredibly well done and very interesting. Cameron, in particular, you kind of touched on, like, you have a lot of thoughts on the end. So I'll throw it to you kind of to weigh in on that.
I initially didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why did I go? Especially because I told you that last fight with the last phase of Sephiroth. I encountered so much bullshit during that fight that I had been through all the other phases of Sephiroth. That was the last one I had to do. It was like 11:30 at night.
Mm-hmm.
At 12:30, I put down the controller and went to bed. Tuesday night, came back Wednesday, beat the game. Part of it was like exhaustion. I was so tired,
Mm-hmm.
and the other part of it was just like.
I mean, in that vein, I'll throw out, like, I died during that end part of the fight and got that damn stupid, terrible, like, where do you want to start? Before this battle? Like, right before this battle? Before this itsy bitsy? Like the 4 choices it gives you, it's like, what of these do I want to pick? And I picked the wrong one and started over entirely, and it was like, God damn it.
Are worded
almost identically. Yeah.
There's like a word of difference, or like the words are like swapped in one place.
Yeah.
Like the 2 words are swapped, and it means something completely different. It's bad. It's a bad menu.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That, if you want to talk about black spot, to me, that is the black spot right there.
Yeah.
And it only shows up in that fight.
Yeah.
Nowhere else does it show up.
Resume playing from just before this battle, or the first battle of the series, ? You retain all experience up to this point. Then your 4 options are: retry from before current battle, retry from this battle, retry from before battle, resume. What?
It's
I picked, okay, retry from this battle, thinking this chunk of the fight. Nope, took me all the way back to the beginning. So apparently from before current battle was probably the, like, hey, this will just take you back to the beginning of that, like, final phase Sephiroth. Yeah, it was just like, what the fuck is this? And the first game, final boss fight, had the exact same kind of issues. I remember people complaining about that the first time. I didn't encounter it the first time, but, like, I remember hearing about it after the fact and being like, oh my god, they didn't fix this. This is still confusing as fuck, and what the hell choice do I want to be making here? Fuck you.
Yeah, I literally put down the controller and just went over and Googled it, because I'm like, I don't know what the right choice is.
I've seen, like, I had multiple responses to when I tweeted about this. They said the same kind of thing of like, yeah, when I saw that, I Googled it because I didn't want to pick the wrong one.
Anyway, yeah, I saw that screen a couple of times. And each time pissed me off more than the last. Until I was just like, I got it right, and I'm like, okay, cool, he's dead. Now, granted, the first time I played that fight, man, this was a tough fight. By the time I finished, I was so good at it.
Would you have been so much more in love with it if it just said you died and you started from the beginning of the whole battle each time?
No, that would have made me even more pissed off.
Okay, so Elden Ring is bad. Cool.
Shut up! Shut up! Elden Ring doesn't have a scripted end of the fight where you just get racked by shadows and then he auto-kills you. It's worse.
I don't know, that flame giant
I was going to say,
was a piece of shit.
The flame giant Sephiroth.
Anyway.
I will say that.
But yeah, so once you finally got through the battle and you got all the...
I got really pissed off because I was like, what was the point of me fighting if I wasn't saving her? And then I realized, because I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, what has happened in the original game? And I remember in Disc 2, you go back to the City of the Ancients, and you find out that Aerith successfully casted Holy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out that Aerith's spirit is kind of like, still active in the live stream. And then I remembered that I read a fan translation of a novella that came out years ago called, and I looked it up just to pull it up to make sure that I got it correct. But it is The Girl Who Travels the Planet, or The Maiden Who Travels the Planet. And it's a story of how Aerith has to go and find basically convince portions of the live stream to activate Holy with her. And so it gives the impression in that novella that she had to do that on some level. Like, Sephiroth killing her was he was trying to stop her from casting it, but he failed. But then there's the implication now, after seeing this, I think the implication is that casting Holy, I think it's because, one, I don't think the Cetra, when they casted Holy before, if they ever did, only one of them was praying. Two, she's half Cetra, and we saw from the temple that at least in Rebirth, the Cetra technology doesn't fully accept her. And then the third thing I realized is like, okay, and also based off this, to get Holy moving, to get the life stream to activate the barrier around, because Holy isn't a destructive spell in Final Fantasy VII. It's a shield that blocks blocks Meteor. The way that it's in the way they describe it as prayers also tie into what I think is super cool about the Gi, that they really flesh out the Gi in this game.
Mm-hmm.
That they're the Black Materia makers, and it's from their prayers, and I'm like, oh my god, that ties in so great to Holy being a prayer as well, about a prayer of salvation. And I think the idea for me was like, I now realize like there is some level of sacrifice that has to be made, and so Sephiroth, you successfully stopped Sephiroth from, I think, impaling her in yours. Although I think you did point out it does do the weird like fade thing to blood being everywhere too. But I didn't know if that was at that point Cloud had gone through the multiverse at that point, and I don't know if it was showing us like the variance between the two.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where some of the mystery is for me, and I'm excited about that now.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, like the story is because Cloud comes back from another multiverse with a different Aerith, where she hands him a full white materia. And he brings it and he gives it to his Aerith. That cements what's going to happen to his Aerith. Because one way or another, she casts Holy and she dies. Sephiroth, and that's also looking back, I'm like, Sephiroth trying to break fate and getting the other Whispers on his side, he is making an attempt to stop her, but also it ties into like a bigger thing, which is he wants to be king of the multiverse. Like, why be a god? Why ascend to godhood in one universe when I can ascend to godhood in all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Like real big, like Thanos was thinking too little energy that he's got going on, which I love. Actually, makes him way better as a villain. But yeah, that's my very like. I am now totally cool with where we're going with it. Also, I think that he's seeing her spirit, because they make that promise at the end, which is, I promise I'm going to stop the meteor, and Cloud is, I'm going to stop Sephiroth. And that is really where they end up at the end of Disc 2, before you go fight Sephiroth in the Northern Crater in Disc 3. That's kind of like the termination of the team. Like, we're going to stop Sephiroth because Sephiroth is stopping Holy. With what we now know from Advent Children stuff to be like geostigma, like a poison in the life stream. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool lore touched things and like strings that are attached to this that I feel like this really flows well into. And they broke fate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that was the right decision. It was the right decision at the time, but I feel like they were pulled into a scheme by Sephiroth to break fate, rather than they broke fate themselves. They were unwitting accomplices to Sephiroth breaking fate to do this, because as he explains in the game, when destiny is at a crossroads, a new world is born. And from that world, basically we have all these kind of like, they broke the chain, and now we have all these different multiverses popping up. We now have like 5 different versions of Stamp, all of them adorable. And we have like this kind of evolution of that, and I think it's great. But it also like leads into, okay, well, what is now, like, what's left for? Because we now know what's left. The Northern Continent is going to be the big point for disc or for 3. FF7. I already told Trevor I predict a reunion, which Trevor pointed out. Crisis Core Reunion was already used. I'm like, well, fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, that's because they might just be like, hey, yeah, we're just gonna also call this one Reunion. But my theory is Reunited, and that Zack and Aerith from one of the other universes will cross over into like our kind of core universe and like help the heroes out once again there or something like that.
Well, it should be noted in the novella that I mentioned earlier, she's described as the maiden or the girl in the novella, but she's aided by the soldier. She's aided by the spirit of Zack in the live stream, and basically like she corrals all these spirits that you know from they use aliases in the book, but it's like Biggs and Wedge and Jesse and all of your friends and everybody, and they deal with like Hojo and I think actually like the Shinra president was there too. and they basically like it's basically all of your friends' spirits combined with the power of the life force to save the planet with you. And I think that might be it. Like, it might be that, but also, I really love Zach, and I want him to stay alive. So.
And was this novella like an official thing, or was it like a fanny thing?
No, it's an official thing, but
Okay.
it was fan translated. It was never.
Gotcha. It never was localized. Got it.
Yeah, it was never localized. It is.
All right. Well, let me throw it over to you, Brandon. What are your thoughts on the ending here? Where do you fall?
As I kind of
big fan.
As I intimated,
yeah.
As I kind of intimated to you guys before we started recording, was talking to a mutual friend of ours, Ari O'Neill, throughout the entire play session, and I pretty much told her, much like Remake, I think it's going to take years to kind of fully settle in and process. Like, I kind of let the dust settle of my overall final feelings. Instant snap reaction as I'm experiencing the entire last chapter. I'm like, Remake is like 2 + 2 = 4 simple compared to what they're presenting here in Rebirth. Overall, I love it for the same reasons why I loved the end of Remake, is because it still presents that air of mystery and confusion about the excitement of what's going to be different, what's going to be new, what's going to change. But the thing about the entire final chapter, like, it's not just the ending from when Cloud runs up to the altar. It's pretty much the final chapter. My issue with multiverses, anything with a multiverse, any story, any movie, any book, any game, whatever, is with each individual reality that you introduce, you have to account for all the new variables that you are presenting. So I think we've seen 5 different stamps. I think you touched on it, Cam, that we see in that last little segment about how all these different worlds can end or continue on. And to your point about, what we saw when Sephiroth is descending for the iconic moment, like, I want to point out an article from RPG Site that Ari sent me, and I want to make sure that they are credited, because I think so far they are the best breakdown of everything about the ending, and trying their best to make it make sense. But one of the key points I think shouldn't get overlooked is when they hit the Wall of Whispers, Cloud is the only one that goes through that light. And in Remake, on the highway, everybody goes through it. So that's why at the end, in the final CG scene, when he looks up and he sees the scar in the sky and nobody else does, and he can see Aerith and nobody else can, except for Red, because he can kind of sense her presence because of their connection at the end of Remake. Like, it makes sense to me that Cloud is somehow aware and present in multiple universes at the same time. And so I'm of the opinion that no matter what happened in this game, heading into that final chapter, Aerith had to die. She had to. No other character in the entire game has the ability to commune with the planet than she does. So all of those theories and all of those wishes leading into the game of, if they're not going to kill Aerith, or instead of killing Aerith, they're going to instead kill Tifa or whoever, that never made sense to me, because it would impact the party, yes, but it would not impact the overall situation. Like, Aerith had to go, so when Sephiroth comes down and Cloud blocks it, hey, they got me. I'm sitting here literally alone in my apartment, out loud at my television. No, this doesn't make sense. No, she has to die. No, okay, there's the blood there. Okay.
My reaction was, I got stoked. I was like, I literally yelled. Trevor wasn't here, so I could yell as loud as I wanted.
Like, that would have stopped you.
Trevor being here wouldn't have stopped me.
I would have just been like, "Oh, what'd you get to?"
Yeah, it would have been like a few minutes later. Trevor would have been like, leaning in the doorway to the office. So where are you at? Kind of usually what happened whenever I made a big exclamation.
And then you went into an hour of dying in that fight.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, on that, just real quick, I was very much in the camp of like narratively, if somebody's going to die, yes, it makes the most sense that Aerith has to die. but from a like, okay, they've broken the chains of thread and fate and whatnot, so maybe she doesn't have to die, but can still cast holy. But the fact that like, yeah, holy was missing from her materia earlier in the game, and I was like, oh, there's the new wrinkle. What's that mean? How's that gonna play out? And then obviously getting it. So like when it happens in the moment, and he blocks the sword, I was like, okay, cool. Where are we going with this? And then like we see all these other like timelines and futures and potential, and then yeah, like at the end, it's very much like, and it's something I've really only sat down and like watched it the one time as I was experiencing it originally. So I haven't gone through and done like a deeper dive of like what does it mean, and like even like my recollection of like the order of operations is probably off. But I remember like it happening and being like, oh cool, we are doing like here, and then getting to the end of like, okay, yeah, she's clearly gone, and this is weird cloud trauma stuff. There was that beat of like, oh, you set up a potential for something much more interesting of like, where does the next game go now that we're completely off the map and Aerith hasn't died. And then it kind of settles back into, okay, this is more in the normal territory. And yeah, there are still a whole bunch of weird Nomura like things out there, and you know, that the ever looming Kingdom Hearts bullshit kind of era of things. But for me, it was like oh, this is a cool moment because I had left myself much more open, I think, to that possibility of like, it was one of the, like, before the game, like before playing the game, I'd seen people be like, you know, tweet online of like, Aerith still dies, and I was like, okay, is that just somebody being a dick, or is that like actual spoilery kind of stuff? And turned out it was actual spoilery kind of stuff. But it still was like, I'm open to wherever we're going from here. So
As am I.
yeah.
And to that point, like I am of the opinion there is a multiverse. She lives because we saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw the deflection. So that is one. Now, do I think they will revisit that? They could. Like, I'm of the opinion that Aerith is going to be in part 3, but just a cloud throughout the whole thing. Like,
I don't
she,
think
you
so.
know,
I don't think so.
really?
No,
Why not?
She says goodbye to him, and I think that's it. I think that's it for Aerith as far as like.
I mean, she's definitely going to be in the game, but like,
I don't think she's gonna be popping up. I don't think they're gonna be doing like.
I mean, like
being like talking to Aerith. I was talking to Aerith. I don't think that's gonna be happening.
no, I'm more in the like, oh, she'll obviously be in there interacting in Zach's world in some way and stuff like that, and we'll see kind of some like, yeah, it might be more interlude-y kind of stuff of like we see something happening there, but yeah, for me the it's interesting because like the deflection for me doesn't strike me as like, oh, that's a different multiverse that we saw. For me, that was Cloud's mind broken in the same way that like he saw Zach go swimming down that river and drown, and like we get that moment earlier in the game of like, I remember Zach, and it's like, you do not remember Zach, my guy. you've twisted something. And so like that's what I saw in terms of like, I didn't see it as, but I love that it is like, you know, open for interpretation of like, is it, oh yeah, he actually deflected the sword in one universe, or is it, no, Cloud's just, that's what Cloud needed to create in his mind to justify why Aerith is still around and why he still sees her. So yeah, it'd be very fascinating to see like as part 3 kind of unfolds, like what was real. And like for me, even the whole fact that like anybody who played the original game obviously knows the Zack and Cloudness of what's going on, but I'm amazed they haven't fully like revealed that to the audience that's coming to these games brand new. Like there's enough there that like, oh, you can see kind of the flavors and the hints of it, but they haven't come out and been like, no, like here's what originally happened to Zack and Cloud in the original timeline of things. And that's a fascinating, like, that the fact that like secret is like wasn't revealed here in game 2 and is being held back for the third game, and like the full like Cloud and Medial stuff and like all that. Like I was expecting to see some vein of that, and kind of like him have a like come to Jesus kind of thing. But obviously that also hasn't happened in the timeline of the original game yet either. So I guess it makes sense, but it's still fascinating just where they decided to kind of end this chunk of their story, as we head into the eventual part 3. Any
They
other thoughts
released
there?
Crisis Core for a reason. So
Yeah.
I will say I love fighting a Zack. Fighting a Zack is so much fun because you out in the middle of your combo, if you hit triangle out of nowhere, like it'll do the auto charge. It's so good. It's so good. I love the like. I'm like, gosh, I wish I had you for the rest of the game. As Trevor and I discussed, I really enjoyed playing all the different characters. But anyway,
I did too.
Yeah. I did less so. In particular, one of the big chunks of the game that I just loathed was the whole Kate Sith section. In large part because I didn't play as Kate Sith much in like I had not been using him a lot in my normal game. So when it's like you're locked into him and you have to do this entire boss fight with just him, I was like, fuck me. And also your Moogle throws like a defective creature. Like this is just terrible controls of like, all right, go hit 10 boxes. I was like, I don't want to. Like I hit 1, maybe 2, and then it's like, oh, okay, you got to go and do these for one of Johnny's things. I was like, oh, fuck me.
I am so happy you said that because that is literally the one thing that's not Chadley's combat simulators that I'm missing. Because I know you put in the chat.
I have gone back and
how
gotten
much you meant, and I was going to respond. Oh, you have 87, I have 86, and the one I missed is that Kate Sith throwing mini box. In my first pass, I just wrote it off. I'm like, I'm not seeing a high score and whatever. And then after the fact, I go look it up and
so. It's way easier if you drop the difficulty down to easy mode, but it is annoying because there isn't like you can just go and redo that at any point. It is you've got to go and like replay that chapter up to that point, and then it's very much
not a short chapter.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's easier once your character's level 70 and like you can kind of burn through a lot of that stuff. And again, on easy mode, way easier. But yeah, it was still like even doing it on easy mode was still just a pain in the ass, and just be like, this doesn't control well. What is like, how did this make it to print compared to so many other things? Anyway, we'll circle back to that at some other point. But yeah, that whole chunk of the game was like the thing I walked, like I went online and tweeted. I was like, well, this is very much going to be a Game of the Year contender for me. I don't know if I will have any other play experience that is as frustrating as the last 2 hours of my night have been from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And it was all the Kate Sith shit. Anyway, any other thoughts there on the ending before we kind of wrap out into other just kind of general spoilery stuff?
I lost my mind when Aerith joined the final fight.
Oh, yeah.
I marked out like that was a curveball I did not see coming. That they decided, okay, now for the last thing you do in this game before you watch the rest of it, Cloud and Aerith versus Sephiroth. Like that was like, and don't get me wrong, the fact that Cloud and Zack actually have that moment of reunite and fight alongside each other.
It's the fucking best. It's the fucking best. I wish I had the Buster Sword equipped in that moment, because twin Buster Swords going down on Sephiroth would have been
I did. It's awesome.
You did do that.
Like, the it's like acupuncture. It just those moments of the reunion of these best friends and of Aerith and Cloud, like it hit so great. And the fact you fight safer Sephiroth in this game is another detail that blew my mind, which means, yes, we are getting the legitimate one-wing angel fight at the end of part 3. And I'm looking forward to that.
That's gonna be so
but
rad.
Like
also, we got a redo, like every Genova fight felt like super samey in the original game, except for like the very last Genova fight, and even then it wasn't like that much of a different one. I love how different each of the Genova fights are in Remake and Rebirth. I freaking love the Genova fight at the very end of Rebirth. I had so much fun.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say about the ending, and it's an aspect we can hit on later in this podcast, is the fact that you split all these different configurations of the whole party. Like, I don't know if that's a fixed set, or if it
is a fixed
changes
set.
based
I
off
will
of
let
your.
you know it's fixed set.
Okay, because I didn't know. I think it's cool. Like, I'm happy with the pairings and the groupings that they had, but you combine that with the fact that they fused the Genova theme with Aerith's theme, with motifs of the main theme and Sephiroth's theme. Perfection when it comes to music. And again, we can touch on music later, but like,
we'll talk about music later. But yeah, no.
oh my
The music,
God.
the music in this game alone makes it like GOTY contender, like 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, the extra high point for me was Aerith was one of my main
He's white mage.
when I was anywhere in the game where I wasn't like locked into a party, my party was Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith, and so like. For so much of that like sequence in the final battle leading up to that point, I was like, I'm fucked because none of these are like my regular. Like I had them equipped with good stuff because fortunately the Temple of the Agents had broken us up into separate parties and like, hey, go ahead and like you need all these characters equipped with stuff. But I was still like, God. Drove me nuts for chunks of it. So for like I was telling Cam, the chunk of that fight that really was a big pain in the ass for me was where like he's going through different elemental wings and like the first chunk of that was just like, oh my God, I'm like Yuffie was the only one who I could like reliably do anything with, but by the time I was like switching her to the right element, the elements had changed. I was like, God damn. So like the second time around, I had a much better like grasp on, okay, I'm just going to wait for certain elements because I know I have Barrett equipped with this spell and I know I have Yuffie equipped with this or whatever. And so I just kind of like it made that second time around quicker. I still would have preferred not having to have done it in general because of the stupid, terrible UX, but so be it. So yeah, shout out to the music and the pairings and the emotional pairing, but also for me, just the like, okay, finally I have like 2 of my 3 core crew here. I'm gonna be okay in this fight.
Yeah, I think for me, because I played with everybody and like maxed out everybody's weapons and everything, for me, I think the biggest thing was I already had a main strat when it came to like elemental disabilities with Yuffie, in that I didn't go through I think as many rotations as you because I was using her her elemental banishment ability.
Mm-hmm.
Powers up to 3 levels based on you using other skills as well.
Yeah.
And so she has a lot of like Doppelganger is a broken skill in the game for sure. Because it basically lets Yuffie attack simultaneously twice.
Mm-hmm.
And so doing that was a good way and you get ATB charge for both attacks.
Yeah.
And so doing that, I never felt like I was like, I think I was just ready to go for that kind of a like elemental shift and change, and I think you do have to be like I didn't have a bad time with it because I was prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean it really came down to the changes were happening so quickly that like I just wasn't on the right cycle of like building up ATB and being able to switch and get an attack off to to really do any realistic damage, because Yuffie's like her elemental stuff that isn't the elemental banishment thing is just kind of like doing little piddling bits of damage. It's building up your ATB, but like it's not doing the elemental damage that like a spell would do or not. And yeah, I wasn't going to burn like the level 1 just to like get that damage done on the attack. But yeah, again, it was a much smoother time the second time around once I just had a better understanding of what I needed to do in that fight in general. It was the same thing, like it was very evocative of like Seymour fights that I remember from Final Fantasy X, where it was the same kind of thing of like, okay, you're only going to have a brief window when you can use this element on him, and if you didn't have your party, equipped crap. Because for me, it was much more like I had all of my characters leveled up in terms of like their weapons, and I kept those kind of maxed out, and all of their weapon abilities. Like everybody was good on that front, but like all of my best materia was on my 3 heavy hitters. And everybody else kind of had whatever was in reserves, and I'd been like whatever I was using to just be like, oh, I just want to like, Kate Sith probably had 4 auto cast materials just because I was like leveling them up, not attached to anything, just like equipped in linked spots to get the AP on them in like the big group fights that everything, like, since everybody gets kind of materia. So like he had just a bunch of worthlessness on him, and I wasn't gonna do that thing where it's like, okay, hold square while like the cutscene's playing to jump into the menu to like do that. It was just like, I'm just gonna brute force my way through it and make do. But yeah.
Oh, you can do that? I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, in a lot, like
Certain scenes.
in certain bits, yeah, where it's like, okay, you're going, but like another example is like the in the Gold Saucer, where you go from like the Rude and Elena fight immediately into the Rufus fight. In between those fights, you can like hold it'll, and it's like it's in the bottom left corner, very like transparent kind of thing of like, if you see it and hold square, it's kind of a, okay, you can pause the action and like swap out materia if you want. Or obviously if you like are going and restarting the battle, you can do that. So it's the same kind of thing in this fight. So yeah, it's not everywhere, but like when the game has those kind of like, hey, we know you weren't prepared for this, but we also don't want to like break up the flow, so just go through it if you can. But yeah, if you want to like, especially for some of the hard mode stuff, I imagine I'm going to absolutely exploit the fact that I can swap stuff out in between some of those. But yeah, cool.
Yeah, I like the fact that Tifa and Aerith with your two. Because I built my party 3 ways. I had a Tifa Yuffie setup, a Barrett Aerith setup, and a Kate Sith Red setup. And I kind of dispersed my materia evenly. But my favorite grouping was the Barrett Aerith pairing for one reason and one reason only.
Their synergy attack?
Sweet and sour salvo. Triggering it with Barrett because of the you get different dialogue when you activate it with a different character. And I just love the line of lighting them up like dynamite as she puts on the sunglasses. Never gets old. I will always trigger it in every fight. It's phenomenal.
When Cameron earlier was like, anytime Barrett puts on the sunglasses, like immediately I'm thinking that, and then he covers with the like in an emotional storytelling beat kind of thing.
I myself all the times I saw Aerith put on that same cutscene in the synergy ability. But in the regular game, he doesn't put them on. You know, when she puts on her own sunglasses, it's awesome as hell.
Yeah,
love it.
And I remember I was sitting here while you were playing, like, and the first time you encountered that and reacted to it, because I had seen that in like one of the final trailers, and it was something that like people immediately latched onto from the trailer and like were sharing that GIF all over on Twitter and stuff. So like it wasn't a surprise for me, and it was just kind of like, oh yeah, that's a fun little bit. But you that being a surprise to you was a fun moment.
I loved all of these synergy abilities. I think that they did such a great job of like taking the combat synergy between the different characters and also their personalities and like making them work. Like handing off Cloud's sword to the Mog with Kate Sith and then having Cloud pilot the Mog to do the attack is just hilarious.
Moogle Soldier, first class.
Moogle Soldier, first class.
So it's
so good.
And I probably haven't encountered that much just because I don't play with Kate Sith a lot. But it also is fascinating because I think that speaks to like, I didn't experience those a ton just in the natural flow of combat, because like for me it was always, I'm triggering a synergy ability, and then I'm immediately switching to the other character that isn't part of that ability to be like, I was always controlling that person. So like that cutscene's happening, but I'm not focused on them. I'm not seeing that little, sequence of the battle happen. I'm with Red 13 now and building up his ATB meter and stuff like that. So I think that just is like, I was much more in the weeds of the combat, so I didn't like, it was much more rare that I actually could just like let myself enjoy the synergy abilities, because for me they were much more a means to like, okay, they're a means to an end. I want to get Cloud up to level 3 limit break. Okay, let's use this one, and then we'll switch characters, and then we'll use this one, and boom, okay. So yeah, I wasn't paying too much attention to them. But yeah, shout out to those things. All right, well, if there's nothing else ending wise, we can circle back to the beginning of the game, where we also get a fun little spoilery thing where we dive in as Zack immediately out the gate, which was especially fun, yeah, for all 3 of us who had played the demo beforehand and like thought that was just going to be the beginning of the game, because I mean, hell, you even get the credits as you like start walking up the Nebel Mountain. But yeah, the calm flashback, not the beginning of the game. Instead, we got the like immediately we're playing as Zack in his alternate universe bit, and so that was a cool little bit.
We'll give a massive shout out to Zack being like physically stronger than Cloud. The way he uses his Buster Sword was very fun to see, because Zack just swings that around no problem, like one hands it all the time, and it's just like this. Like Cloud is an incredible fighter, and if we're talking by end game, definitely better than Zack was. But we are seeing like Zack soldier first class. This is what a first class soldier can do, and it is awesome as fuck. It's so cool the way he swings it around. His different like charge abilities, like you don't really get to use them because you're murdering all these Shimmer soldiers really quickly as Zack. But it's so much fun, and it's a great time. And then things get like really fucking sad because it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, we get the immediately like, okay, yeah, in this universe, something bad went down on that freeway, and most of Avalanche is gone, and somehow Aerith still got like wrapped up in them, but Red 13 has hijacked a helicopter and crashes it and saves Aerith. Maybe Red 13 dies. It's kind of left a little ambiguous in that universe.
It's tough to tell when people are just unconscious or actually dead.
Yeah. I guess it might just make sense since we have like the Zack stuff just kind of hitting over the course of the game in his little interstitials. Just kind of cover through all of the Zack stuff as we go.
Well, we find out that Zack, just because he got saved, him and Cloud, they are now in a weird world where at some point Cloud transposed because Cloud goes missing on the freeway. So here's the thing: it's post freeway fight.
Yeah.
And so because it's post freeway fight, you think, well, are we gonna have two Clouds? It's like no. The whispers breaking all that, the new timeline created where Zack lives. It's not and I think this is to your point, Brandon, about like, when we create a multiverse, the variables and all that. I think this is them out right from the gate saying, variable, fuck them. We're not like this is it. Like, oh, well, wouldn't they have been back in the time? No, that's not where our story is. We're not doing like this is where Zack's actually been. Like, it's like no, Zack is appearing where they broke where destiny got broken. And Zack is the beneficiary of both Aerith, and even though Cloud doesn't know it at the time, like consciously, subconsciously, he also wants Zack to survive. That's one of the reasons why he puts on Zack's persona during his Mako poisoning recovery.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting. Like we get the like Biggs kind of reflection of like, I was there and then just suddenly I was here and okay, and I don't know, like basically got like pulled from one universe into this one. And
how he and Elmira, they know Cloud.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which kind of would not, if Zack was present and would think about it, it wouldn't really make sense.
He does eventually realize it because he asks
Marlene.
Marlene, does Aerith like Cloud?
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, yeah. And it's like, oof. And then she goes, because you weren't here, dummy. And it's like, okay, that's great. Zack, but I think at that point Zack picks up like something's not right timeline wise. Because like basically Zack is missing now like almost a year of his time from when he dies to when the freeway stuff happens is like what, roughly around a year.
No, it's not. It's
like less than
a couple months. Yeah.
Is it a couple months?
It's like Cloud basically like gets to town, stumbles into Tifa, and gets swept up in the Avalanche stuff.
Okay, so that gets
hired,
pretty consecutively then.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that means Zack's like missing a couple months, and like it's like what happened?
He's basically missing the events of Remake.
Yeah.
And then maybe a few days before that kind of thing.
Yeah. So we have like all that happening. And so, but yeah, we get a transposed Cloud now. Now everybody's like, oh well, his Mako poisoning is very similar to he can't respond to anybody because he's Mako poisoned. and so he's kind of been given the same treatment as Aerith, but they don't have the same treatment because they don't have the same problem. His Cloud, also shout out to when Cloud goes to bed at the haunted hotel and wakes up in his own body in the other universe.
Mm-hmm.
And you're controlling Zack the whole time.
Yeah. And it's like super weird because it's from Cloud's perspective, and you're like, oh, I'm supposed to leave the room, okay, and then you leave the room, you're back in Zack's perspective, and it's like, that's cool. That's a great nod to like, there is definitely still something going on there with that. I like that. I like that there is also people who are aware of the multiverse see the tear that's happening in the sky because of Sephiroth and what he's doing. And I feel like there's just so many great things going on in that, and I love it. It's so good.
How do you mean people aware of the? Because everybody in that universe is aware of it and thinks the world is about to end.
Yeah.
Enjoying their final days.
Yeah, they're. I don't know if they're aware of a multiverse though.
Not a multiverse. Sorry, there is something about them that means that
Everyone in that universe just sees a big old crack in the sky and thinks the world's about to end.
So much as we know from Cloud. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I'm wondering if the world that Zack landed in, where Tifa, Aerith, and Nanaki are unconscious in some sort of like fugue state, if this is like a transposed world. If this is a world where people who, like, quote unquote, survive destiny get pulled into on some level. I don't know. I think that's just like a wild theory I've kind of come up with. It's a little off the cuff. I put some thought into it, but not a lot. But I think that might just be like, this might be like like an arc or a safe space for these people to get pulled from their timeline from. I don't know.
I have a question for the both of you.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer to it because I don't know how you can have an answer to it, but I'm very curious to hear your thoughts. What universe do you believe Zack is in when he wakes up in the church the last time we see him? Post all the fights.
So we know that.
Do you think he's returning to his Stamp universe, or did he go to another one?
I think he returns to his Stamp universe. However, his Stamp universe is the Shiba Inu universe. If this is the Zack that's on the steps of the church, unable to make a decision, who gets shoved into the void by Sephiroth. Johnny walks by with a Shiba Inu stamp with a military bandana around its head. Plushie.
So when he wakes up in the church, that's that universe, the Shiba Inu one, because he's from the Terrier universe.
No, Terrier universe ends up splitting into 3 new universes. One where he goes to save Biggs, one when he goes to confront Shinra, and the other one is where he doesn't know to save Aerith, and like he doesn't know to choose between Biggs.
The Shiba Inu one.
Yeah, the Shiba Inu one is he's undecided, and he hasn't made that decision yet. And before he makes that decision, because he's not on a motorbike making that decision, he's trying to make that decision at Aerith's spot at the church. So he's not being impulsive and running off towards that direction. He's taking his time and thinking, and that's when Sephiroth shows up. So we don't know what happens to Zack in the because Terrier kind of ceases to exist because it splits into 3 new timelines.
I think the Terrier one is when he's on the bike in the lobby.
Oh,
So-
I think you're right. I think that
So yeah, so I'm reading from that RPG site article that Brandon mentioned earlier. The Terrier universe is where like he goes right and like continues to go help Aerith. The Pug universe is when he goes to help Biggs, and then the Shiba Inu universe is where he doesn't make a decision and he is just kind of there. Like it's basically he took neither of those paths. So he didn't create the Pug universe, he didn't continue into the Terrier universe, and now he's like landed in this Shiba Inu.
Well, so he's in a Shiba Inu universe, and then that's the Zack that gets pulled into everything. Granted, we say that's the Zack. It's all the same Zack, which is kind of, I think, the more interesting thing is there's not like an evil twin in it. Like none of these are evil twins because we're not dealing with all the variables that could have led up to this point. We get just this is still truly Zack. You are the same person no matter what, and also it brings to the idea that if the life stream is multiversal.
I mean, for me, I think they are echoes of the same Zack. I don't think it's the same because it is like, oh, we're in 3 different universes. It's the whole fucking bullshit with the Legend of Zelda timeline of like, this is what happens if Link, wins an Ocarina of Time. This is what happens if he loses an Ocarina of Time. And this is what happens if he doesn't go into the future in Ocarina of Time. It's that kind of like weird Legend of Zelda timeline that they've gone in and created. So it's like everything else about these Zax is the same up to that point. Like all of these Zax somehow survived that encounter with Shinra and made their way into Midgar. And up until that point, like they've all experienced the same things, but then they had kind of these breaking points. At least that's my interpretations of multiverses, is like that is the variable that has changed among them. It's not the same Zack bouncing in between those multiverses.
No, I don't think it's the same Zack bouncing between them.
Okay.
I don't either.
I think that the idea that, like, let me rephrase it. These are, like you said, they're echoes. They are the same person, just in different circumstances and places.
Yeah.
Not saying it's all one person going through each of them, but they are just the singular identity. We're not going to start saying, well, there's Terrier Zack and there's this Zack. It's still Zack.
So to that point, off that logic, I don't think it is, but with you saying that, it does bring a possibility to mind. Do you think it is possible, again, I don't think it is, but do you think it is possible that when he wakes up in the pew, that's the Beagle universe?
I'm going to let you know right now, I think it's entirely possible. Because we don't know which universe Aerith saved him and pushed him into after that. When he wakes up in the church pew, we get, let me put this out there, I don't recall there being a stamp to tell us where he is.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And if that's the case,
that's
it's entirely possible.
The impetus of my question.
And then we get Final Fantasy Reunited, because this is where he is there. So now we have a universe where we have Zack and Cloud, but no Aerith. And it is maybe that's Zack's journey is to save Aerith. And then we get like a much more I don't think you like Final Fantasy VII, no matter how you tell it, is not going to have a quote unquote happy ending.
No.
Like the world is dystopian for a reason. That's the genre it's playing in. But I think that this idea that like you can make your own fate, Cloud has now become aware of it on a level that he can't really deal with because he's dealing with all the other mental trauma and like Sephiroth, like S-cell control that he has to deal with. Like all that stuff is still happening for him. And when he tries to explain it to Barrett, Barrett just says, "I don't want to know about this. This all sounds crazy." And it's not. And you get the impression it's not that Barrett doesn't believe Cloud. He believes Cloud. It's just Barrett's just like, that's too big for me. I'm just a man trying to stop a company from, killing the Earth by sucking all the energy out. That's who I am. You're talking way, way too big, my guy.
I did completely forget in our conversation around the ending the fact that Cloud has the black materia.
Yeah.
In that ending,
puts it in the Buster
and puts
Sword?
it in the Buster Sword, which that is one of the few this is a pre-rendered cutscene kind of thing. Anything where it is hey, they're just defaulting back to base character stuff. There were a couple of those in the in remake as well, where that popped up and I was like, oh, what the fuck does this mean?
Well, it's not actually the black materia. It's what we are calling the black materia because the black materia, remember, is the temple itself. But the temple itself is missing from the Beagle universe. And as Sephiroth explains, the true black materia is now kind of caught up in the multiversal schisms.
I think it is the real black materia, and we just didn't see the temple shrinking down and shrinking down and shrinking down and becoming the materia that. Yeah, I think that all still happens. It's just happening kind of off screen or whatever, and we didn't get the moment of Cloud at the bottom of that crater, unknowing why he's handing off this materia to Sephiroth. I think this was a variation of that kind of beat that just fits more in line with the version of this story that they're telling.
Maybe. I think it's more of it's a keystone that is going to basically. I think that there is something the actual black materia is still hidden away, but this is like a keystone that gets you to that black materia. And I think it has to do with these multiversal schism, the whispers, all of that. I think one of my things that I'm thinking about that the weapons are defending against Sephiroth's whispers, I think might be the black materia. That's a potential thought that I have. The black materia now is in the life stream, and this is how you get to it. And I also want to point out, did anybody else think that the ruby weapon was going to happen because Scarlet's mecha armor was going to like somehow get fused to the weapon in the Mako reactor?
I did not think that.
No,
I did, because
I did not.
It was like ruby weapon claws and stuff, and I was like, oh my, is this gonna happen? And it didn't happen. I was like, okay.
Yeah, for me that was.
I don't
it
think
was
we're
more
gonna
like
get the actual.
I think we'll
Sorry,
get
Trevor,
the
go.
actual weapons in the next game.
That's what I was thinking.
For this, it was much more.
One is emerald and one is you saw.
Yeah.
They're colored.
There's diamond ultimate.
Diamond.
Yeah. Because I think I mean that was.
We might get Omega.
That was
Weiss is in the universe.
That was her. That was like her proto armor that you like fight her in like when you return back to Midgar later.
Yeah.
And yeah, you also fight. Yeah, she has it in Intergrade.
Yeah. No, my whole thing about that for me was like, is this how like do they capture the weapon and then they fit it with armor and this like Shinra once again creates their own destruction? Didn't happen, but I think that would have been cool. Well, we'll see. Maybe as the planet gets in a worse state, the weapons become more weaponized, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe these are kind of like low-level weapons, and then the real weapons, like we saw in original game, they're like in the northern crater.
Yeah.
Maybe we see the proper weapons come out from there, and then we have like mini weapons.
Because that's in the original game, they don't come out until you take out Ultimate Weapon, that's flying around the world, right?
They don't come out. They don't
No.
come out of hiding. It's when Shinra, when Sephiroth. When the Sephiroth awakens in the northern crater is when
Cloud puts the black materia in that crystal, and the weapons wake up, and then everybody gets out, and then Shinra has arrested the party and set for execution because meteors in the sky.
Yeah,
I can't wait till next game to see that in modern graphics.
It's gonna be great.
And go to space.
Yeah, I think that also might be the thing is like Cloud is holding. Maybe that is the true black materia this time around. Although Aerith called it a fake, so I don't know. Like I think that there's something more to it still. But we'll see in the next game.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I
don't know. Maybe this game didn't sell too well enough for us to get a sequel.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the Zack stuff. Yeah, we've got all these weird Zack timelines and the different Stampa verses. Trying to think. I loved the musings that him and Biggs have just over their course there. Like Biggs' whole thing of like, what was I like? Why me? What was I brought here for? And I think it was especially interesting because I felt like of the Biggs Jesse Wedge from the first game, he did feel like he had a little bit the least to do. Like Jesse and Wedge both got significantly more fleshed out, and so getting these like extra beats with Biggs was like that's a cool like use of him. And also, like the fact that another character like has memories from the other universe and like that, because everything seems to point to that being our Biggs from the Terrier universe. Obviously, just got bamfed into this universe. Beagle universe.
I'm pretty sure they'd be using very distinct, different breeds of dogs at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Yeah, no, I also believe that's the case. Granted, we now know in the Pug universe he dies.
Mm-hmm.
But he presumably survives the other two. We don't know yet, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I think that was also a very big growth moment for Zack to deal with a lot of things. Like Zack personally has had to deal with like survivor's guilt. But like we played Crisis Core Reunion, we know about like Angeal. Like he's carrying a lot of like survivor's baggage, by like surviving the deaths of his mentor and friends, and like losing his hero in Sephiroth, especially because as we saw in Crisis Core and especially in Rebirth this time around, before Sephiroth goes nuts, he's a pretty cool dude.
He can kill, I'd say.
Like he's funny, he's charming, he's chill. Like he's a little mopey and a little depressed, but his only friends that he's ever had in his life defected Shinra. Essentially, like, and also we learn in Crisis Core, he's constantly trying to like bring them back. He even tries to bring Loveless Man. What's his name? Genesis. Even when Genesis shows up at the Nibelheim reactor, he's still like doesn't have to be this way. And then Janice is like, yeah, it fucking does, because guess what? You're a monster, bitch. That's a whole thing that happens. Like, and it comes from somebody he loves and trusts as a friend. And so, like, it's a whole thing. Also, it's like the discussion of, like, does indomitable strength isolate you from other people? And in Sephiroth's case, like, it did. Like, he's always been apart from everybody else. And him being declared a hero wasn't any help towards his mental state. He's always been, like, and it was like, it's kind of like you see, oh, these are tiny increments that you see lead up to the point where he does go nuts. He doesn't just, like, learn one thing and go nuts. It's all these little things throughout his life that lead up to that point. But even to the point where he's about to go, cuckoo bananas and burn down a town and murder a bunch of people, he's a super chill, cool dude. They lose one of the Shinra guards. What does he do? He goes off and tries to find the guy. Like, awesome leader, like the hero you all can look at and aspire for, but we don't understand, like, the darkness that's sitting inside of him, and then it's unleashed to the world, and it's all, like, honestly, everything comes down to, it's Hojo and President Shinra's fault. Everything in the Final Fantasy series that goes wrong is Hojo and President Shinra's fault.
Yep.
Also, maybe Gast should have just left that damn body in the rocks, man. Looking at you, Gast. What'd you get? A bullet from Hojo. That's what you got.
And, going into the basement and you see Sephiroth, going through those research notes, and you realize when,
Dude, when you see
Gast made that.
Books, do you see how many stacks of books that man read in a week?
And, like, the whole crux for Gast is that he confirmed Jenova was an ancient. Yep. Like, their entire scientific hypothesis was wrong.
100% wrong.
Like, that one decision.
We find out in Final Fantasy VII, in the original, we find out later when we go into Gast's lab that he then meets Eflena. Eflena explains to him that Jenova's not an ancient, that she's not a Cetra, that she's actually a harbinger of destruction that came from the heavens.
Calamity of the Skies.
Yeah, Calamity of the Skies. And, like, she explains to him that that's wrong. But those notes aren't in Nibelheim. They're in the Snow...
Icicle Inn.
Yeah, Icicle Inn. Like, they're in the Northern Continent. They're not in the same place. So Sephiroth, if he had kept reading the series, and found out later from Gast's later notes, but he doesn't have access to this. And by that point, he's cuckoo bananas.
He's gone.
He's gone. Gotta say, I love the way they do it. I love the way that they really set up.
I do too.
Being like, you like Sephiroth. You like Sephiroth.
And then
he murders everyone. And burns down.
They turn him into a slasher villain.
He literally blows up your mom. Blows her up.
I've got two Zach questions, because I know we're coming off the Zach.
Sorry, let's get back to Zach.
No, that's why we're here. But I have two Zach timeline questions I want to ask you about.
Yes.
The first is, with him being on the box art, the key art, he is a third of this picture. Number one, how do you feel about most of his segments being backloaded in the second half of this game, as opposed to being more evenly distributed? And secondly, what is your opinion about his segments with the final boss gauntlet aside? His segments are like 5 minutes and you walk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've played around in the post game stuff, but you can basically just turn off the Zack scenes as you replay them.
I saw that setting and I'm like, nah, I like Zack too much. That's staying on.
I did, just because I'm just trying to work through those hard mode stuff as quickly as possible. But yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's. I didn't think he was ever going to be in as much of the game as the box art alluded to. But I think it is the trio of those characters kind of story. I think is certainly Cloud is continuing on the path that Zack started in Crisis Core, and I think it's a fun nod to those of us that know the series and know kind of the relationship, that it is Zack and Cloud are mirrors in that image with Sephiroth at the center, because we know that Cloud is remembering things that Zack did and is heavily influenced by who Zack was and Zack's personality being infused into him and stuff.
Squats is a lie.
Yeah.
Those were Zack's squats. You took Zach's
I love
squats, Cloud. Stolen valor. You stole the valor of Zach's squats.
I love the flashback
Mm-hmm.
because you're sitting in the truck and you see the little tuft of blonde hair, and then you see later when you're in the reactor and Sephiroth looks at Cloud, you're going to say something about your sword,
Yeah.
Yep.
and then you see the soldier, Mom, as it burns.
But,
Like I
by the
love
way,
those hints.
A great
Love 'em.
little hint also there is when Cloud gets blown up in the cutscene when he opens the door and blows up, where he lands is exactly where his soldier or his Shinra guard form was at.
Did I just saw this making the rounds yesterday or a couple days ago. The stuff that Sephiroth taunts Cloud with, I think at the beginning of remake,
Yes,
were
Claudia's line.
were Claudia's lines to Cloud.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, that's a nice tie in to those things. I'm definitely still curious about what the 7 seconds thing is from the end of the last game.
So am I.
Like that just seems like we didn't get any traction on that.
The 7 seconds was the 7 seconds to save Aerith. I might be wrong. They never confirmed that. So I could just be wrong. That was my theory.
Yeah.
I think that's going to get addressed.
My theory leading into this game doesn't get any conclusion or anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying like, oh guys, no, actually it was this. I'm saying my thought was it was going to be this, and that didn't happen. So I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I love, like, I mean, arguably, we are playing as Zack for a lot of this game because Cloud is not who Cloud really thinks he is or whatever. It's like, especially going back and like replaying the opening bit there, like that version of Cloud is so drastically different from everything else. Where like he's so much more jovial and like like
because it's Zack.
Exactly, because it's Zack. But like the fact that nobody really calls that out of like that doesn't even sound like you. The weird thing here, which I love that the game kind of touches on, is like Tifa hearing this whole story knows that he's describing things that Zack did. Like there is that like weird little flavor to it. I love that they examine it a lot more in this compared to like in the original.
Too. She outright tells Aerith, here's the thing, like
he wasn't there in 5 years ago. Yeah.
But here's the thing, he's telling it like he was, and to her that's also freaky because there's no way he could know these things.
Yeah.
He couldn't know.
She didn't realize he was the soldier.
She still doesn't know he's the Shinra guard.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. It continues the kind of mystery around it. But also, she straight up like shows him the scar. A scar he shouldn't even know about.
Mm-hmm.
But he does, which even adds more to what the hell's going on.
I mean, that's where like the blurring of Cloud and Zack comes in, because Cloud does know that she would have that scar.
She doesn't know that Cloud would know.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Which once again, I'm talking from her perspective.
Yeah.
Cloud knows all these things. He can't possibly know what happened. Because she didn't get experimented on by Shinra. She was picked up by her master and taken to this other clinic.
Yeah.
So she's free from any kind of speculation on that point, but she knows the truth. And, if anybody's going to call her out, the other person who was there should be calling it out, but she can't because she doesn't know how the hell he knows this.
Mm-hmm.
What I love about it is like, in the original game, it's like, well, why didn't Tifa say anything beforehand? In this one, it's straight up like, it's freaky.
Yeah.
I get it, Tifa. That's scary.
Yeah. This is weird. We just got to go with it. But yeah, I'm like, I do like, and obviously it was set up in a lot of the trailers too, of like, yeah, there is this weird little distrust between the two of them of like, things you shouldn't know, and Cloud being like, yeah, like the whole Sephiroth, like, you saw I killed her, how is she here kind of thing. Yeah.
You don't have a scar.
Yeah.
I loved how they addressed it multiple times, like in Chapter 9 after the events at the reactor, and they have that conversation when Tifa's waking up, and Cloud outright says, I know things I shouldn't, but I have no recollection of the things I should, or something like that. And like in Chapter 11, when they get to Nibelheim and he gets into the inn and he finally has that realization of, I actually know Zack.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go on the way up the mountain and he tells that to Tifa, and Tifa's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Somebody died. It was Zack. And Tifa's like, it wasn't Zack, but but there's also hope for Tifa because he's getting closer to like the truth on some level. but she also doesn't know how the hell he knows it.
Yeah.
She can't like be like, no, you're wrong, because how does he even know that somebody died on that river?
Yeah.
Like,
and also those extra like the layers of, we just went through Gongaga. We met Zach's parents, and like and Aerith confessed like a little bit more about like her relationship with Zach and stuff. And so like I love that he has that moment with Tifa of like
what are we gonna tell
we
Aerith?
need to tell Aerith. Like I remember Zach. We need to tell Aerith, and Tifa being like, let me do it, because I don't know what you're gonna tell her.
And then, by the way, I found out later that the hey, did you tell Aerith cutscene also kind of happens with
in
Aerith as well.
Aerith's Aerith's romance.
Did Tifa talk to you? Yeah, we talked about it. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, basically they both kind of like got back together. Like, yeah, this is now even weirder.
Yeah.
Because now he remembers him, but he thinks he died. But the person who Cloud thinks he is was Zack in the actual time. Like, what is going on? Like,
Yeah.
It adds I love how it adds the layers to the mystery for people who didn't play the original game.
Yeah.
Shout out to you fuckers who didn't ever play the original game, because you are just having
and
a confusing ass time.
I mean, if you've listened to any spoiler cast, so we all talk about like we're doing full spoilers of Final Fantasy VII, the original. So like you learned, but yeah, I love those weird little bits. Back to your questions about Zach. So we touched on like him being on the box art and stuff. I mean, there was also I don't think it was the box art, or maybe it's like a reversible image on the box art. But there was like Yuffie and Tifa and Aerith as like an option as well. For me, yeah, I like that Zach's in there. I also like that. I like that the game still largely focuses on recreating the journey of the first game.
Yeah.
And all the Zack stuff is just like extra bonus Nomura Kingdom Hearts kind of nonsense of like, this is the puzzle box. I hope they solve it in an interesting way come the final game. But until then, it's like interesting food for thought. And I'm never going to be mad about more time with Zach, because Zach is such a fun
I don't mind.
character, especially a juxtaposed against Cloud. Like, and especially like going back to the original game, we got so little of Zach in the original game that really he doesn't get fleshed out until Crisis Core comes along, and maybe there was supplementary stuff before. He gets fleshed out in a very real way when Crisis Core comes along. In a way that like I'm probably more annoyed that like we don't get references to Modeoheim or Genesis in like I was expecting, because there's a moment in the Calm flashback stuff, and maybe they could still like play with this and retcon it as like, oh, this is just Cloud's twisted version of it. But like there's a moment where like Sephiroth sends Cloud back to like turn a valve or something like that, and I was like, oh, this is giving them time to have that like Genesis Sephiroth moment from Crisis Core, but like it ends way too quickly and you're like immediately back at, and I'm like, okay, nope, there's just no Genesis here, this is weird. Exactly, and that's what I'm saying is like, so maybe they'll like, when we see the actual sequence of events from Zach's perspective, there will be a little bit more leeway there that does kind of fold more of Crisis Core into the fold. But yeah, like it was like, apart from the occasional background thing of like Bonora white apple juice or something like that, I do wish there was more Crisis Core like nods and references in here. Obviously we get Cisne though, and like all of the Cisne stuff is more than an adequate payoff, I think, to kind of tying up that thread that obviously hadn't been introduced or anything in the original game. So that was a cool kind of like seeing Gungaga, I guess, just more fleshed out compared to like, it was very much like a pass-through kind of experience in the original game. Yeah. Almost like, is it entirely optional?
It is entirely optional. You never have to go there.
That's right. Yeah, you never have to actually go to Gungaga. You can just kind of pass through, and you miss a Turk fight, you miss the death blow materia and Kajada. But yeah, other than that, you just kind of bypass all that stuff. Yep, Brandon.
I was saying it was Titan, not Kajada.
Yeah, Titan.
Oh, is it Titan there? Oh yeah, that's right. Kajad is in the forest later, where Aerith is like disappearing between the trees and whatnot. Which shout out to like getting little echoes of that kind of moment in this.
So for me, I think I was okay with it, mainly because I really think that we are going to get more Zack in the next game. I feel like there's going to be a bigger component to Zack in the next one, but I also felt like Zack's story doesn't have a lot to do or say until the last half of the game. A lot of the things about like that would kind of be like our kind of cut to points with Zack aren't till at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like everything that we're seeing with Zack in this game is completely made up. So like they would have had to completely craft a lot more if we were going to see and spend more time with Zack in this one than as opposed to like he's still kind of post getting out of Nibelheim and Cloud is still in his Mako coma.
For me, I think I would have liked those sections to have maybe more combat, so you're more prepared. I think a lot of people would go into that final battle where you're doing that fight against Final Sephiroth with Zack. People would probably feel very unused to using him because he only showed up. You only play with him at the very beginning, and you're just clowning Shinra guards. So if you want to play as Zack at that moment, you're pretty unprepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the combat is designed around that, though. It knows that like you haven't used these abilities, so I mean, you get the tutorial screen you get his whole tutorial screen at that like the last tutorial screen of the game. Oh, here's yet a new character we're playing as.
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
And how did you like? Mm-hmm. How did you like the fact that Zack and Cloud have a synergy attack when they're in separate?
I enjoyed that. That was fun. Yeah.
Awesome. I enjoyed their synergy. I did their synergy attack when they were together.
Mm-hmm. But what he's saying is like when it is Zack just flying solo, he's still like you still get the synergy attack thing to pop up, and it's like, oh, well, this will also help make this fight a little bit easier and more manageable.
I just love it. I love that they are. One of my favorite things about Crisis Core is you get to see Zack's impact on Cloud in a very like real way, because you get the emails because they didn't have it was a PSP game. And you get those emails like Cloud only went to see his mom before she died because Zack went to dinner. Cloud only got like that last moment with his mom because like Zack was there to help him feel confident enough to go to his mom's for dinner. Like that, I think that says a lot about how much Cloud looked up to Zack, and getting to see them go back to back. Not one is soldier, one's a guard. They're both soldiers, in spirit or otherwise. As Zack says in Advent Children, yeah, you aren't actually a soldier, but it's what's in your heart that counts. It really is like getting these guys back to back. Wish I had the Buster Sword in that moment. Which would have been one of the pre-rendered cutscenes with the Buster Sword would have been great. The idea that the sword, which is, Angeal's legacy, it's the thing that bonds the two of them. It's both of their iconic weapon, and what it means to the both of them, I think is just so important. And it's about the two of them being like, I love Zack. So any more Zack I get, I love. I don't mind that it's in the back half. I don't mind that at all. I do think we'll be seeing a lot more of Zack in the future. I was surprised we got as much Zack as we ended up getting, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's on the cover of the game, I think that's just more about the parallels between everybody that kind of like quote unquote matters to the larger story. Like this is kind of like the story of these three individuals and their ties and their bonds, and what is, because by the time our Sephiroth in Rebirth is the Sephiroth that has fought and lost to Cloud before. It is it is the OG Sephiroth. Zack is such an old afterthought. Whereas in Nibelheim, Zack is far more important to Sephiroth than Cloud is. Even then, it's not even like that much of like a deep attachment. They're just colleagues and comrades. But like Sephiroth, and I think it leads to kind of like Sephiroth didn't expect Zack to be able to like show up there, And so like that was unexpected. Like that tip of the hat he gives Aerith of being like, I've got to admit, like I didn't count on it. Like yeah, you got me. Because this is the Aerith that has been pulling Zack through the time. Like we get when she walks through her rainbow glow hole, and when she walks out of it before her fight with Cloud and Sephiroth, that's the same thing that was popping up to save Zack. When Sephiroth throws in between worlds, it's like there's a lot of stuff that's happening in these moments, and like it's a great moment to see them be able to get together, and also they both talk to the sword, talk to each other. That synergy in that moment, that cutscene of Zack's oath, they're both swearing it to the sword. It's a great moment. It's a great moment. I'm just happy we got it. I'm so happy.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
You know, and Cloud is Zack's living
living legacy.
Yeah, his living legacy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Again, I think I'm excited for the like revelations that Cloud has in the next game of like what was real and like his real relationship and memories with Zack, and then like that in the context of fighting alongside Zack in this ethereal plane kind of thing, and his relationship to Aerith and yeah, all of the other things that like because I love that it is such a different flavor of him of Cloud having that like I remember Zack moment, and it's like we see what he remembers, and it's like no, you like wrong. And so like he's going to have to justify that and kind of like have that like realization kind of moment of like, oh no, that wasn't Zack, that wasn't who Zack was, versus like the original game. We don't get those. The most like I always remember coming out of remake and being like, there were a few lines that in the original game are just like unidentified blocks of text, and remake very much saying like this is Zack talking to Cloud kind of thing, and having those moments, which I think like the modern version of this story just gets to tell those beats better, and that moment of Zack or Cloud remembering Zack in his way is one of those of like, oh, that's such a great new flavor to this, that foreshadows what we're going to see, what we know is eventually coming down the line. Any other thoughts on the Zackness of it all, or do we want to move into just kind of general story stuff?
We can talk about general story stuff now.
Yeah.
I do have a question that actually is a good segue and a good bridge to general story. Because we all know that Cloud revelation is going to happen. I don't know how it's going to happen because Tifa has her own live stream memory reliving moment,
which we got in this game already, yeah.
And so that's kind of has me thinking: they're not going to do the exact same thing with Cloud, are they? Because they just did the trip with Tifa, which don't get me wrong, I really like it, but it's like I'm very curious on how they're going to present that information, especially with what they've presented to us diehards and all the newbies who are confused as all hell right now. So I'm very curious, especially with there's so much storytelling that they do so well in this game, from the beginning Zack segment, the flashback, all through the grasslands and beyond. It's like, I am so fascinated, and we can get into this later, but I'm very curious to hear your thoughts of what you think is going to make up Part 3, especially with what's presented in Rebirth. So with the general story of how they kind of tweak things and kind of fill in some of the imagination of 97, kind of like Calm, for example. It's like they escape Midgar and then they don't, like Shinra doesn't really go after them, but here in Rebirth, makes sense. Shinra's on their ass.
Yeah.
So it's those kind of things that I'm like, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'd say I mean, my theory is that we will see I think it will be. I think the third game will more or less follow the arc of the rest of the story that happens over disc 2 and 3, because there isn't nearly as much story in those. The bulk of the first game was disc 1.
Yeah. And disc 3 is just when you're ready to go into Northern Crater.
Yeah.
Like it just unlocks the Northern Crater area and kind of like eliminates a lot of like post.
Yeah, you can't go and do a lot of the side things anymore or whatever.
When you get to part like disc 3, it eliminates a lot of like story stuff and characters from the base game.
Yeah.
So so I don't think that is. Everyone's like, well, what about disc 3? Disc 3 is like maybe 5 hours of actual content. And that's if you're pushing it.
But with my thing about part 3 is they have so much that they can do that I'm so excited about.
Mm-hmm.
They got to have Rocket Town, which is going to tie into going to space. I love the fact that the Wutai War is now going to be a big thing, and the reason why the party has to go to Wutai. I love the fact that the Wutai War is a Sephiroth/Genova engineered event. Like, we can get into that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we will.
We have to go underwater.
Yep.
Because the whole entire underwater segment.
I think if you're asking me, I don't think we'll get a Tifa saving Cloud in the live stream thing. I think we're going to get Zack saving Cloud.
I think we're going to get. Awesome. I think we're going to get similar to the Tifa sequence we got here. I think we're going to see Cloud like having those like looking over parts of Nibelheim and seeing the actual memories.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
And that kind of being like, and yeah, maybe it is like Zack is there to help shepherd him through that. But yeah, it won't be the shared experience between Cloud and Tifa that it was in the original game.
Yeah, I think this was our way of getting that from Tifa, because I also think that was also important for Tifa's character, because she finds out about like, oh hey, I don't remember that thing, but you tried to stop me and the other boys lied.
Mm-hmm.
And in the original game, Cloud's like, I just didn't see the point in telling the truth at that point because nobody was going to believe me. And in this one, it's like, Cloud's like, what do you mean they told you that? Motherfuckers, like pieces of shit. Like, and like, good. Let the fuckery of the other 3 of the 4 fiends flow through you. Little ass white suck ups.
Okay, yeah, but also this is all happening hot off the tails of Cloud slashing Tifa into the live stream. So like,
fair.
He's not. But
little Cloud did nothing wrong.
Sure. Yeah.
They stole, he tried to stop Tifa, and they stole his valor, much like he later would steal Zack's squat valor.
All right, you gotta.
I should cool it on the stolen valor.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're also.
I thought it was a funny pun because he's a fake soldier.
Yeah, we'll also get. Obviously, we get the hints of Sid and Vincent here with the party this time around. I think we'll obviously get them ingratiated more properly into the party, which means I think we'll also get a lot of the Vincent back stuff and the Lucretia and Gast and Icicle in-ness of it all.
I think they're also tied in, especially if we get more of Deep Ground folks. We'll get more ties into Project G. Like, I think that's something. Genesis Project G is going to be a thing. The what is it called? The Zviets. The Zviets from like, we're gonna get those because we already saw, like, we got a bonus fight, like cool cyber fight with Vice. We saw the scene in Interlude where Vice is getting scanned for that bonus fight that we get with Chadley, and then we get an entire Nero fight, which was sick as hell. So that ties directly into Yuffie's story. And
that's what we're saying.
Yeah, we got Yuffie's story. So I really think that there's going to be that. We got a lot more Vincent Turk stuff this time around, which is cool. Like, Turks don't die. Like, Turks aren't supposed to die here. Get the fuck out.
And then they don't address it again. Like,
I mean, the game ends.
I want to see
the game ends.
I know, but I want to see the rest of that conversation, like, so bad.
No,
but another thing
that more of a, like, hey, Turks, don't die here. Like, help you out, get you up, and like get out of here. But like that, because we see them leave. I think that's the whole thing about Vincent, is that I think we're like, when he shoves his arm in to help Cloud get through, that to me is like him joining the party. Sid dealing with Aerith's death and feeling like he's failed the daughter as he failed the mother, that's going to lead up to him becoming a more active party member. How they dealt with him not being active party members, I liked, which surprised me because I thought I would end up hating it. I really wanted to play as Vincent in this game.
I do
ended
too.
up loving it.
I love, but they give you the tease of him and his limit breaks and stuff with the Galleon Beast fight.
Galleon Beast fight's so fucking sick. God.
We have so much to talk about.
I wish they would have kept the cloak as a kilt rather than the weird mini mantle on his back that he gets in this Galleon form from the Dirge of Cerberus one. But I still loved it. I thought it was great. That one was also more humanoid. This one's definitely more bestial, which is cool. I just want to play as all of his limit breaks.
Yeah.
People are like, well, how do you like? What's the point of this? I was like, you don't get it. I want to fight as the Frankenstein, who dunks on people. That's the limit break. Frankenstein goes up and he dunks on people. That's what I want. How would you even do Jason Voorhees? You don't have to. Have him have a chainsword instead of a chainsaw. It isn't rocket science, people. There's been art made by people for years. And we know what chaos looks like. We know what his chaos form looks like because we got an entire game where the last level of the game you play as Chaos Vincent. I know what it looks like. It's gonna be awesome. I'm so excited for more Vincent Valentine content. Let me just tell you, Matt Mercer has just done.
Crushed it.
He has done America and all of us a service with his English voice of. First, he started this year off as Hot Ganondorf. Now. He's already hot, but now even more hot, Vincent Valentine. That man is crushing it. He is having the time of his life, and I respect the man for that.
I mean, yeah, like I always talk to you about, like, in the last year, he's played Ganondorf. He's played Minsk in Baldur's Gate 3. He was Goro Majima in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and he is Vincent Valentine here. So he's just living his best life. And shout out to Matt Mercer.
Not even talking about like his D&D.
Yeah, but like he just released Daggerheart in open beta, and so yeah, he's they're doing just fine. He's doing great. Yeah.
But yes, he's done a service to English speakers everywhere by being the voice of Vincent Valentine. Because I was expecting is he going to do a little bit more of the gravelly James Blunt or James Blunt? No. What's the original?
David Boreanaz?
No.
from Kingdom Hearts Sephiroth?
That was Squall.
Oh yeah, sorry, he was Squall. Lance Bass was Sephiroth, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, there we go. My bad.
Nope, we're good. Like third best Sephiroth voice. Is there only three Sephiroth voices?
It is weird realizing that the guy who plays the TV Superman, Brandon Tyke or whatever it is the voice of Sephiroth in these games. It's like
it's such a cool legacy thing because the guy who voiced him in all the media for the was it Recollection of Final Fantasy VII? The like compilation. Yeah, the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. That voice actor was the guy who played the animated Superman on television.
There you go.
It's a massive legacy thing. That's so cool. It's so cool. Sephiroth is played by Superman. Like that's such a cool thing to be able to say. Like on both occasions that he's been voiced by Superman. It's awesome.
Or Lance Bass.
And Lance Bass. But like that was he said a few lines and that was it. That was his contribution to Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
The first voice we ever heard of Sephiroth was Lance Bass.
Yep.
But I think it's awesome. But yeah, Vincent Valentine stuff. I'm excited in the next game because I think it's going to tie more into that. We're going to get a lot more hope. But in the original game, Hojo had resigned from Shinra at this point, but he's still hanging out with them, which is cool.
I mean, like I'm looking forward to the return to Midgar. That whole sequence in the final game.
That's gonna be awesome.
Especially like I loved that this game carried over so many characters from Midgar that like we'll probably get to see again back in Midgar, in their natural habitat kind of setting.
Actually, a return to Midgar would be a great would be a pretty cool introduction to. We want Zach earlier than that. It's fine. I'd be like, yeah, if he shows up in the Beagle universe, there we go.
Yeah, I mean the like there is also I mean going back to like there's more Cosmo Canyon stuff. I think there's like all the space stuff, the huge materia. They set up in this game Fort Condor, and you can go and see it kind of in the distance and stuff. So like there will be some element of the game that kind of goes through what's actually going on there. I think there's still plenty to play through.
Knights
Of
of
the Round,
the Round.
That's, I mean,
Yeah, that's
I
good.
don't think, I don't think there's going to be the like absurd chocobo breeding
No, I
thing,
don't think so.
which is what I would argue
No.
takes up the most bulk of your time in discs 2 and 3.
In Disc 3, that is like the only purpose of Disc 3 is to do chocobo races
Yeah,
to get the gold
it's
chocobo.
it's
If
you're
you
not,
haven't
yeah,
done it by then.
not going and getting hundreds or like 99 carob nuts and Koopo nuts or whatever, like the all the
Zeos.
the Zeo nuts and milk and greens or whatever, like all of the nonsense you have to do to get your gold chocobo to get to Knights of the Round. I
You
imagine.
go catch the chocobo, you take it back to the ranch, find out, no, that's the sucky version. Go back and catch
Yeah.
another.
Yeah. So I think like, especially if you just kind of figure it'll be like another 100-hour experience like this one, that will easily cover the actual events of the game, even as stretched out and fleshed out as they are. But then there are like just continuing little dangling threads that the remake trilogy has set up of like what's going to happen with Roche, what's going to happen with Leslie, who like you only really see in this game if you do a side quest in the desert town, Dust Bowl. And kind of getting the conclusion to his story. Obviously, we'll have all the Wutai stuff and the conclusion of the Don Corneo stuff. Shout out to Scotch and Koch's rap.
So good. Scotch and Koch coming back. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, like that's one of the things I'll shout out. Like even going to like the proto relic stuff in the grasslands where you have like Burke's bandits, return. It was like, of all the characters from Final Fantasy VII Remake that I was expecting to return, they would not have made the top 50 from that list. But I loved them. Exactly.
They become biker bandits.
Yeah, and that's like, so I love that this game has set up and continues to set up, like, and I imagine we'll see, like, when we go back to Junon, there will probably be like the 7th Shinra infantry will help us out of a jam or something like that. They'll be the ones that help free Tifa and Barrett or something.
Gosh, I love the 7th infantry. I found myself so attached to them.
One of my favorite
I
lines.
had one die, and I was almost at the end of that entire part. I restarted. No 7th infantry was going to die on my watch.
One of my favorite interactions of the entire game. When they're at the very end, Cloud's about to get on the elevator, and they're asking, so, like, we want to ask you, oh, you mean the jackass on the bike? He's a jackass. We know that, sir.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Roche.
Which, to your point, Trevor, like, I think he's done. Like, after what happens to him,
yeah,
I think he's done.
but I think there's still
him and Bro.
There is now there are two, because we have Roche and we also have Broden from the Calm Inn. Like, we now have names that we can put to the clones. I guess Broden, I think, probably is one that we see like basically like ended or whatever. But like, it's still, I think there will be some kind of like end beat to that as part of the reunion arc that I'm interested to see, and see if Roche can come back, or if there is like any of Roche still in there, or like what, like, because they still very distinctly show him, and they show like his tattoo different than the just normal numbered tattoos that others had.
His is an S.
Yeah.
It's like S6, I think.
SD something, I think. So it'd be interesting to see, like how some of those threads that have been like introduced and kind of peppered throughout, like, will we see more from Chocobo Billy and Chocobo Sam and whatnot?
I hope so.
Maybe,
I really enjoyed
like,
that cut
yeah,
as
maybe
well.
they'll still somehow be tied into the broader, like Knights of the Round quest or whatever. But, there's definitely all of the things that are still out there. Even like I loved in the Gold Saucer them having a wall for like a snowboarding game coming soon kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was like, love it.
Under
love it.
construction.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe I don't think. I mean, it's interesting. Like, maybe they'll fold in the Galinka, because there isn't a lot to do underwater in the original game. It's basically the Emerald fight, the underwater reactor, and the Galinka that you can go and get the like Diablo
And you can
or
find
Hades some materia.
Yeah,
Is it
and you can
Hades?
find like the key for
Oh yeah, the ancient fossil
yeah,
village
the
or whatever.
ancient key, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, even that, like, are they going to carry over the weird ancient excavation site that they had in the original game?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
Also, I'm really curious what they're going to do with the Republic of. There's a big tease throughout this entire game about the Republic of Junon,
Yeah.
and like one of my favorite things they did though was the old the old windmills. I love seeing like, hey, before we had Mako, we had energy. Like there was power. It's not like we came out of like the prolific like Stone Age. Like we had power. Like the wind generators are cool to see. There's a lot of really really cool stuff, and I do love this feeling of like, yes, this world had things before Shinra,
And everybody's just kind of under Shinra's thumb, so there's probably a breaking point that this war with Wutai might kind of.
Apparently, it's already started. They're already starting to like the war started in earnest.
Yeah.
And Sephiroth is the guy that is pulling the strings for it. And like,
Yeah, that's definitely some interesting stuff there. So the Glenn character that we see, I know best because of the stupid Final Fantasy fucking First Crisis, Ever Crisis thing. I mean, that's the like.
Tell me who Glenn Lotbrock is.
He's the leader of like a first group of soldiers that kind of go and investigate something in another land that's never been explored before. But it's basically like, hey, you're going out here to, try and find us a place that'll be a good Mako reactor site or something like that. And then around the end of the story that I stopped kind of playing the game at is when like a young short-haired Sephiroth comes and joins the party. And basically, so like he serves under / kind of takes command away from Glenn. And yeah, it's like Sephiroth and that trio of characters that you're playing as in First Soldier in Ever Crisis. Glenn is basically like the dumb but lovable leader of that group. So like look completely different. And it did take me like Googling him to be like, is that like, that's the only other Glenn I know from this universe. Is that the same Glenn? And
I had
yeah,
no
it
idea
was.
who he is. I had to Google him, and I was like, "Oh, goddamn, Trevor! Why didn't you tell me there was lore in Ever Crisis?"
Yeah. Oh, it's because it wasn't good.
Thank you for not. Well, no. What I need to say is thank you for never telling me.
Yeah.
Play that shit game.
So yeah, like that, like him appearing and then like reappearing and talking with Rufus, and then seemingly just being another Sephiroth clone is like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, because it's also like this all happened like. He is way too young for like where he would theoretically realistically be in the timeline, and this whole like because he's also introduced via Yuffie of like, yeah, their ex-soldier that came and like really got behind the yeah.
We find out who is the interim Wutai government that we hear Yuffie talk that she's a representative of in Interlude. We get to know more about that, and now we know that it's actually a like. I love the idea that Sephiroth is just like, I want to keep you busy. Rufus, like when Rufus says, "You just want to keep me busy from going after Sephiroth," and Glenn's like, "Yeah, got it, nailed it, like right on the head. You're smart." Like, yeah.
My theory is that the Wutai War is a not as effective backup plan to Meteor. I think using Dirge of Cerberus logic is that Sephiroth wants to try and create an event to create as much loss of life to make the life stream react. Is my current theory as it stands right now.
I think.
And when he,
I think for me it's more. Sorry, go ahead, finish, Brandon. I didn't realize you were still going.
I was just going to finish up and saying the fact that he shows up in Rufus's office, like whatever chapter that was, like at that moment I called it. No, that's a Genova controlled Sephiroth clone. Like at that moment I instantly called it, because like. And it kind of makes sense. Like,
well, if they were the first soldiers, they've been under they would have faced quote unquote degradation, reunion syndrome faster than anybody else, right? That would have been the earliest ones. And like, what is the effect of that? Like, if this is like a first soldier thing.
Well, I mean, the whole thing of them is like they're kind of pre-gasts like experimentation and stuff like that. Yeah. Like, so they may not have had like all of the same Mako infusions that like Soldier would eventually become.
Yeah.
It's they're they're part of the like the group before it really becomes what we know Soldier to be.
Okay. But if
And-
he meets a young Sephiroth, does that mean like he's, for lack of a better term, a follower of Sephiroth at this point? Do we have like a B villain that Sephiroth never really had under him? It was usually like Shinra was kind of, they ended up becoming a B villain / non-villain by a certain point in disc 2. I mean, by the time of end of disc 1, Shinra's kind of like a secondary thing that people are worried about, or your party's worried about. Is this a way to do that, like sort of like subverted replacement, but still have us have a B villain who is kind of the like man behind the scenes, but we now know also Sephiroth has a direct tie to him.
I mean, it very much was Shinra and the Turks were the B villains, I would argue, of the original Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
And I like, yeah, maybe this will be like something that ties into the Wutai stuff, but also like we'll see the Turks there again, and
They'll beat their ass again.
yeah,
Again.
and the Don Corneo kind of culmination of that stuff. Yeah.
I'm all about just beating the shit out of the Turks. I don't know why, but after remake, I take the crashing of Sector 7 way more personally.
Because
How do y'all feel
it's
that Sung
very
lives?
miserable, huh?
Sung lived in the original game.
No, he died at the temple.
No, he doesn't die.
Because he's in Advent Children. Yeah.
Sung?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Where?
like Advent Children starts with like the fake out that Sung and Elena die. In the like trying to grab
He
Genova
shows up to
cells and
save
stuff, but yeah,
Rufus at the end of
him
when
and
Rufus leaps off.
That's
and,
not
like,
read. I have not seen that movie in years.
No,
So
Reeve is controlling Kate Sith somewhere else, and Reeve in this line is part of the is leading the RWO.
yeah, but yeah, Sung shows up in Wutai too in
WRO. World Revitalization Organization. That's,
I have not
that's
seen the
Sung
movie in years.
survives.
So
Sung survives.
I've always thought that he died because I only remember Reno, Rude, and Rufus from Advent Children. I don't remember Sung. I need to go back and rewatch the
Sung
movie.
and
So.
Elena
Yeah.
in to save
Rufus. They pop up at the end when one of the remnants like goes to kill Rufus, and like Rufus, like it's when Rufus goes out the window. Again, this is very fresh in our mind, but yeah, like Rufus falls out the window and the remnant kind of goes after him, and Sung and Elena, beat up and bandaged, shoot out like the net guns that basically save Rufus from falling.
from falling.
It's very much like
that
the
the
Reno
only-
and Rude, like they're the centerpiece of the Turks in that one. But yeah, they
I will
are
also
still.
say, like, at the very beginning, you hear Sung, which you don't necessarily see Sung, so maybe that you missed that. But then Vincent very much says like he found the wounded.
They talk
Sung
about that too.
and Elena. Also, when the remnants confronts Rufus for the first time, they throw the bloody Elena Sung badges at him, and you see their it's their badges.
But yeah, I mean that. Yeah. So yeah, he definitely that being the like point to he definitely survived the events of the original Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, they
he's wounded, so he doesn't show up again. But they reference that he lived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I mean, it also like part of it also depends on like when you play the Wutai section in the original game, because I think you see him there too.
You see him there, yeah. Because all the Turks are on leave.
Vacation.
Yeah. And so like if you waited to do the Wutai stuff after all of the like most people don't. Most people did it and knocked it out earlier in the game. But like if you waited, he'd still be there. So yeah, Sung survives. Sung lives.
Yeah. Sung never dies.
So there you go.
No, I never remember him in the original game. I never remember him post Temple, and it's been many years since I've seen Advent Children.
The Turks don't really show up post Temple until Return to Midgar, and even then, there's comment like I believe there's dialogue about how like Elena's broken up that Sung is still in he's still recovering.
And the one time you meet him, it's an optional fight. You don't even have to fight him if you don't want to.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, I will say, I appreciate how not creepy they've made Sung in the remake and Rebirth. It's much more of a guardian angel / older person looking out for a younger person between him and Aerith. Where I feel like the original game made it feel like a bit more of like there was a romantic edge to it that was not appropriate considering the age difference.
I mean, I think they've aged him down compared to we were looking at pixels.
Polygonal
So
graphics.
how old did we think he was? Like, he's the leader of the Turks, so yeah, I definitely thought he was in his 30s or whatever in the the original game, and there was definitely an age gap there. But they also like a lot of the like love triangle-ness of it still has been like alluded to in the game, but I think it like in the original Final Fantasy VII, it is most notably called out in the Wutai stuff, where like that's where we see like, oh, Elena's crushing on Sung. I guess there's also, we get bits of it in the when we encounter the Turks in Gongaga, in the optional stuff in Gongaga, because like Reno and Rude are talking about it, I think, where it's like Rude has a crush on Tifa, Elena has a crush on Rude. No, Elena has a crush on Sung. Sung has a crush on Aerith.
Looking back at it now, that could have just been like them talking out of their ass because he's always looking after Aerith.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the way that they've kind of like built it up in the, at least in the remake and Rebirth, I feel like it's much more of a, it's an assignment, but he also like likes this kid.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it's also like you get a little bit of their relationship and dynamic in Crisis Core 2.
Oh yeah, that's something too. It's like he's also looking after her for like, because he has a personal friendship and relationship with Zack, and he says like, I have to go save, at the end of Crisis Core, he says, I have to go save Zack. I have 100 and something letters that I have to give.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you see like, it's like classified, like he has been like a classified box, like do not open. Like he clearly has like a friendship with Zack and like cares about Aerith and her well-being, to the point where like I believe also it's like alluded to that he's the one that shoots the weird creepy scientist dude in the church. Wait, that might be a spoiler for you. Have you finished the book? Between
I've not, but
okay,
that's fine.
Anyway, I think it's a good book. It has a lot of cool backstory stuff for Tifa and Aerith, about like what it was like for them growing up. It's not just like, but they're both reflecting on it and talking about it. So like when you hear Aerith talk about and on the ship,
yeah, she makes an allusion to a guy. I mean, and the Four Fiends stuff is alluded to. We already talked about a little bit of like the other boys that Tifa ran around with, like those. Like the first one that jumped out at me was like one of the conversations you have with Tifa is like, do you remember Emilio? And because I'd read enough of that book, I was like, oh yeah, he's the kid whose family owned the general store kind of thing. And I made that selection, and not realizing that wasn't the best selection you can make in that conversation. The actual best selection is like, you're the only one I remember. Like that's the.
Oh.
You also, I mean, one of the things you get replaying it is all of the dialogue options have like 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star ratings tied to them, and you will see the star rating for the selections that you've already made. So you can see like, oh, that I made the 2-star selection last time, so let me try this selection instead to get the best relationship with each of these characters, kind of thing. Anyway, we've been all over the map there. So yeah, I think that's I'm wherever we go in the third game, I think it will largely stay to the kind of main plot of the original game, everything moving forward. But then, yeah, I think we will see whatever bonkers stuff Nomura has been cooking up with the Whispers and with Changing Fate and the multiverses, and seeing how they all tie together and all that stuff.
Nomura so goddamn much,
and Nojima-san.
I hope he does not J.J. Abrams it. Is all I'm saying.
I played Kingdom Hearts 3. I felt it landed for the most part.
Okay. So yeah.
I think it felt dated because that was like a concept that he hashed out like years ago.
Sure. So other story stuff for this game, rather than like speculation on the next one. What were everybody's thoughts? We touched on a little bit. Like I agree. I liked the like calm being like bombarded by Shinra and you having to like leave. I thought that was a cool extra like layer to that whole element.
It's one of the few times in the game I got emotional for the simple act of it existing. Like, much like Remake, like not believing this is an actual real thing, wanting it for many years, and they're actually doing it. I kind of had the same thing when you finally get in the calm and you can explore it, and it's more than just one static screen
Mm-hmm.
like it is in the original game, and just seeing it full of life, and it's so colorful, and the buildings are gorgeous, and it's like I just got so caught up and like I love this place, and then you go into the grasslands, and I had to set the controller down as the music starts to play. It's oh my, mwah, perfect.
The
Loved it.
entire Chocobo Ranch being like a more integral part to the story was awesome. Loved Chocobo Billy. I loved the whole I loved especially the reveal at the end where it's like, no, your parents were trying to save wild chocobos. Like that's who your parents were, and it's just like oh that and then finding out Corneo turns out Don Corneo suckered him into a loan and then like made him disappear. And you can see Chocobo Bill he's a hard man but he's a fair man.
Chocobo Sam.
Chocobo Sam. Chocobo Sam's a hard man but he's a fair man. And he says, "Oh, you know what, kid? I will." And Billy doesn't know this, but he's going to use his double-headed Chocobo coin. And Sam says, "Heads, it's yours." And then Billy just says, "No, I'll do it my own way." And Sam being like, I love it. He's like,
Good on you, kid.
Yeah. You have your dad. You have your what did he say? Your dad's hard head, but your mom's strong back. You'll be fine. And then flicks him the coin, and then Billy sees that it's a double-headed coin, and gets the importance of it, and it's like. Also, beating that jockey every time, and then he shows up in the graphic, not me. Fuck that. On the date, should have been me on the Chocobo doing the wink. Motherfucker. I beat your ass.
Mm-hmm.
I did three different races and I beat your ass every time. Chocobo bitch. Anyway.
Calm down.
We'll get to Chocobo races later.
Chocobo racing is so good in this game. Fuck, I love Chocobo racing.
It was okay. It was one of the one of the ones I was a little underwhelmed by.
Listen,
but
I played the Final Fantasy XIV Chocobo racing for such a long time.
Sure.
This was great.
Sure. Yeah, sorry. Back to you, Brandon.
We'll get to that. But another story segment, I loved all of Junon.
Junon was so good.
Yeah, we touched on being introduced to Glenn there, but that pre-rendered CG scene of Rufus coming in, and you see all the soldiers in unison. That was well done. I love the fact that, as you mentioned earlier, Cam, when you have to put on the uniforms and go recruit the 7th Infantry, that was fantastic. Also, small little detail I don't think many people noticed. The main quest, the main scenario, little objective name when you go to pick up the uniform is "Hello, old friend."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I picked up right away.
Subtle detail. Not many people are going to notice that. I loved, but I loved going in and getting the commendation.
Cloud even references having worn that before. He has a verbal thing of referencing the fact that he's worn the Shinra Guard stuff before. So he wasn't even in Cloud's warped mind, he wasn't always a soldier first class. So he does have some sort of memory of being a Shinra soldier, like a grunt.
Which would make all the flashback stuff make sense for the people who don't know the stuff when it gets to part 3. Anyway, I digress. But I love the fact that the Shinra boat, we need to take 5 minutes to talk about the Shinra boat and the Michael Jackson aspiring Red 13.
Before we get to that, I want to shout out one of my favorite little story moments in the Junon section as well. But it was the side quest when you are shepherding the dog over to the other side of the Junon map, and you have this very heartfelt conversation with Barrett of Barrett's fears of holding Marlene too close and stuff like that. And I was like that was the first. I feel like that was the first one of those because the beauty of some of the side quests in this is they're all kind of linked to one of your party members, and you're gonna have some sort of relationship kind of improvement there. And I love that was you're running across the map occasionally hopping into a fight or whatever, but it's mostly you're just kind of following this dog across the map, and Barrett is just like spilling his heart and wearing it on his sleeve kind of thing. And I was like,
So fucking good.
like those are the character like
Yes.
beats and moments that like I love that this game affords, compared to like, okay, here's the cutscene and here's the, you know, the banter that these characters are going to have. It was getting that extra detail amidst the gameplay and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely wanted to shout that out. But yes, then we can get to the Costa del Sol,
Well, before we get to
or
that,
sorry, not the
yeah,
Costa del Sol, the Shinra 8.
I just want to say shout out to the Bow Wow Wow song. I loved it whenever it popped up. Was sad when the cat thing happened later that Bow Wow Wow didn't show up for that. Was disappointed.
Would make sense, but whatever.
Dying all the way if it meant I could get a Bow Wow Wow song for that section.
Also,
Tifa should have had a dog. That's all I'm gonna say. I wanted more Bow Wow Wow.
sure. But yes, continue to on your glowing espousing of Shinra 8.
The boat is very special to me because it's actually the very first thing of the original Final Fantasy VII I ever saw. Back in the 7th grade, I had a friend of mine. I was over at his house, and he loaded up the save that he was playing, and his save was on the boat. It is where his save point was. And then he kind of talked to some of the party. He went down into the bowels of the boat, he called it, and he fought Genova, and that was my very first introduction to Final Fantasy VII, which would go on to be my favorite game of all time. So I'm probably one of the really rare few that was actually really looking forward to that boat segment more than most people, because I was just curious.
I think everybody was, because they wanted to see Marshmallow Barrett, and they wanted to see if they what they were going to do with Red 13 in a Shinra outfit, if they were going to keep that or not. I've definitely seen that being a thing going around as well, on some social media stuff.
I just love that section. One, because I loved Queen's Blood, and we can talk about that a little bit if we want. But I just enjoyed like how they're like, nope, it's not a Shinra ship, it's a Shinra cruise ship. Here's some cruise stuff we're doing. Hey, you're not in first class, you're in second class. Cool. You're in a room with a bunch of fucking hammocks. Okay. Zero privacy. Whatever. This shit
And
feels, especially when you're going through the back half of it, when you're down below, when you're going through it like fighting monsters, like this feels like this inside is bigger than the outside for some reason. But no, I loved it. I loved that ship. I loved my time on it. I loved the guy who worked the kiosk, who became more and more of a fan of Cloud as he won more and more.
Yeah.
It was great. The Michael Jackson exhibition card segment, fantastic. 2 legs, nothing to it.
Who did you
special?
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
Special shout out to T-Tov getting just so into his MC dude. He's just, oh, we have an exhibition match.
Mm-hmm.
Loved it.
Who of the party members did you challenge in the in like round 2 of the stuff where you can go to like Tifa or Aerith or Barrett?
I went to Tifa.
As did I.
She told me that she was going to be like whoop my ass, and I said fuck that, and I beat her.
How about you, Brandon?
I humiliated her. I destroyed her cards. I owned all 3 lanes. I was ruthless.
I'm glad it took you as long as it did to beat the final King's Blood match.
Oh yeah, no, it was
because of your shit talking.
Yeah,
that is
absolutely.
completely
That's
unwarranted.
for me.
How about you, Brandon? Who'd you go up against?
First playthrough, I chose Tifa and Madam M. The hard mode run I'm in the middle of, I went Aerith and Andrea to see the differences.
Gotcha. I think that's. I think I did Andrea the first time around and switched to Madam M the second time. But yeah.
I did Andrea. I fought the Surfer dude, and I fought Tifa, and then I fought the Queen, and then I fought Red 13. Oh no, then I fought Chadley.
Yeah. It's Chadley then the Queen then.
Sorry, Chadley then the Queen.
Yeah, Chadley's your round 4. For me, the first time around, I did the robot that you then also end up doing later as well. He was my first competitor, and then in my hard mode new game playthrough, played against the server guy. I was like, this guy sucks. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to that. Like, I told Cameron about this a little bit. I didn't like Queen's Blood at first, especially like going into the game. Everybody had been raving about like Queen's Blood is like the coolest of the mini games and stuff like that. I was playing through it and I was like defeating everybody I needed to defeat to like progress through the side quest and stuff, because I was like, I know there's going to be some kind of like completionist bullshit for this, but I didn't really hit a turning point on Queen's Blood until I started getting cards that I could play on top of my cards to like, and then I kind of built a deck around that to like strengthen. Or I had the Midgard Sommer card that like gets power every time an ally or enemy card dies, and so like when I was either like wiping out enemy cards or when I was wiping out my own cards, that was just shooting up the scores. And basically like that became my go-to deck and play style, and like was able to start cleaning house through that. But that took probably until like halfway through the game before I was like fine, before Queen's Blood finally clicked for me. Because until that point I was just like, this is annoying. I don't like this thing. This isn't Triple Triad. They tried, they failed. I think I've come around on it, thinking it's better than Triple Triad at this point. But
Yeah.
and then I
My
like
Queen's Blood
also
strat-
the Queen's Blood stuff of like I told Cameron, I was like, I've never played Inscription, but based on the way people talk about Inscription and like, oh, there's a meta thing going on. As soon as like you get the first weird like little glimpses into the Lindell, the creator of Queen's Blood, and his horror story thing, it was like, okay, this feels like what Inscription is based on how people talk about Inscription. That's interesting, I guess. We'll see where this goes.
I never played
And
Inscription.
I've not either.
All I saw was
It was a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
Millennium, not Millennium, Maximilian Pegasus-looking motherfucker like bringing back something that should have been brought back, dealing with the supernatural effects of it, and just hearing it's time to duel.
But my Queen's Blood strategy is, for the most part, try to keep my back line in check while powering up where possible. So by the time that the enemy would advance to the point where I could take over their spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree that it gets its strongest when you get some of the better cards. And my strategy, I think it was Actor Titan, because that allowed me to get like a multiple high like cost cards like super early. I'm gonna butcher its pronunciation, but it's like the Bagnadra. It's like this dragon looking card.
Yeah.
Yes.
Basically, you get a point every time a card gets played by the opponent, which is like, thank you. But another key aspect of my strategy is I like loaded up on cards where you get bonuses for winning the lane. So like Chocobo Jockey, Tifa, I think Molosseros, I think, is another one of my cards. So that's how I was able to get like 40, 50, 60 some odd number scores to like 0 or 3 or 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
But special shout out to the puzzles in Costa del Sol and Gold Saucer. Neat idea. Really like those. Queen's Blood probably is my favorite overall mini game, and we can get to a whole mini game segment section once we finish off this tangent back to the story stuff. But I have to say that probably because it's with you the entire time, because it has multiple strategies. Like as you just pointed out, you relied on a deck that enfeebled and powered up and then replaced to really wreck shop, where my strategy was like backline and then take over to wipe them out. Like I love really good card games where it's not just a single meta is equal to success. So like I just loved it. But yeah, to the Queen's Blood, to kind of put a bow on that tournament on the Shinra boat, like the way how that ends and progresses and makes Queen's Blood that focal point, like kind of sucks for the people who weren't into it, kind of like how you were initially, like, okay, yes, fine, whatever, you can take it or leave it. But at the end of the day, like I really appreciated going back through that on my hard mode playthrough, because as you level up, so do your opponents. So it played out just different opponents, but the Chadley and the Regina and the Red games were actually a little different because they have slightly different decks, which I appreciated. So
yeah, in the hard mode playthrough, all of them are like rainbow level like difficulty.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like the challenge continues on in hard mode. My strategy still seems to be working and holding up fine, but
If it ain't work, don't fix it.
I liked that. Yeah, they honored the goofiness and the silly stuff that people loved of the original. Like even Yuffie still constantly getting motion sick everywhere she goes. Loved that. And then but I liked that they added this extra flavor to it, and that this is the first time we start seeing Madame M and Andre, like, oh, they've made their way out of Midgar. They're going to be, elsewhere in this journey along with you. That's neat. That like the other characters that got introduced will have a life outside Midgar, so you'll get to continue to encounter them. I really appreciate that. And then we get our first Genova fight there, when we get to see the eldritch horror of the creatures merging with the reunion clones, which then Hojo amps up when we get to Costa del Sol.
They actually made Hojo being in Costa del Sol something that was actually worthwhile, rather than just like a weird dumb cutscene where he's just like hanging out there and you can't just like murder him because he's a monster. But he's just suntanning.
And it would save so many headaches if they just, no, you have to be moral.
Yeah.
Well, this time at least it makes sense because they go confront him and he then like attacks them. It's like, oh, I like this better.
Yeah.
As do I.
Trying to think ahead to any other. Oh, like and Cameron and I had talked about this a little bit, based off of the second part of the demo that they had released. But I love that Yuffie gets introduced there in Junon, and that's kind of how she gets folded into the story. She tries to assassinate the president. That doesn't go well. Also,
that was awesome.
Just on other quick shout out Junon scenes. I loved the like. You can go into a bar in the original game where like Reno and Root are hanging out. I loved this like weird little bald headed like club that that Rude just has in Junon. That was like a weird little. All right, that's a weird bit, but sure, let's go for it. I remember like also going through the first time and collecting all of the 10 infantry people, and like one of them like taking the picture in front of the Rufus cutout, and then it being like Rufus cutout has been added to your inventory, being like, what the hell does that mean?
You stole it.
Not knowing that we were going to get Johnny's Seaside Hotel later with all of the trophies and stuff.
You pick up a lot of things in Junon about that end up going to Seaside Inn.
Yeah, love the weird little bit of land in the in Under Junon where you just turn into frogs or toads, and you have like the little toad hopping mini game that immediately I had Fall Guys flashbacks to, but made it through that. Obviously we get a fun little dolphin thing. Then we get on to Costa del Sol where, hey, if you didn't like the mini game of Queen's Blood, well, too bad. Here's more mini games you got to go through, just for the story stuff. But that's also where we start unlocking all the extra costumes and stuff, and get all the thirsty Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith outfits that the internet has gone crazy for. Then we move on to Corel. Oh, yeah, sorry.
As we leave Costa del Sol, I just that little tiny character moment when Yuffie joins the party, she makes that over budget introduction, and Cloud's like, cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's I mean, even that is there is an homage there to, and I didn't find this out until like going through my hard mode playthrough, but there is an homage there of like, you get a better rating on your conversation with Yuffie if you like turn her down a few times first, and then like and then select her.
That's how you create her, because otherwise she steals your shit.
Yeah.
In the original game.
Yeah. Exactly. But like I like in the original, in my first playthrough, I was just like, all right, yeah, let's fight. And Cloud goes to get the sword. She's like, wait, what?
That was great.
Serious?
All right, cool, let's fight.
Yeah. And so going back being like, oh, that was the 1-star option. Okay. And we go pick this other option. And that like, I I only had that first dialogue choice in my original playthrough because
as did
I didn't explore that other. I didn't realize they were doing that like homage to recruiting her from the original game of like, yeah, say no to her a couple times first.
Well, in the original game, you're supposed to fight her first, and then after you beat her, you have these options. With
Yeah,
dialogue. So I thought I was doing that. I was like, cool, let's fight, let's go.
Gotcha.
Also,
don't use the save crystal. Don't open your menu.
Yeah. And shout out to Johnny just in general.
Johnny just continued to be great.
Johnny, a ton of fun with that whole side quest and character stuff.
Also love the fact that your weapons from Remake are on the walls in several of the rooms. Like, love that detail.
Love how I'm missing some because I didn't get all of them in the original game.
I didn't catch that. I didn't.
If you have a save file from...
I went and looked at like I've looked extensively at all of the trophies I got. I've not gone in and looked at like the rooms to see some of that other stuff there.
The room that you sleep in is the one with Cloud's weapons in it.
Oh, nice.
And Barrett's weapons kind of like in that little attic corner between the two openings.
Nice.
Barrett only had like 5 weapons. And then like in Aerith and Tifa's room, they have their weapons posted up there. But nothing like realizing I missed some weapons in the last game. They're just being missing.
Yeah. Then we go off to Corel. We get the Barrett backstory stuff. Fun little sequence there. I loved how faithful to the original like layout of like a lot of the train track stuff was, and the ups and downs and the broken sections and stuff.
Question.
I was like,
did you send it? Did you send the cart like you should?
No, I favored Yuffie in that choice.
In the first run through, as did I. This hard mode playthrough, no, I sent that sucker flying.
Sent it hard. My first, I only played through one time. I sent that fucker hard.
I'm gonna kill you, you spiky.
Yep, that 100% was made it worth it. Just that like spiky haired ass like prick. It's like.
Oh. Speaking of that, shout out to if you look in Tifa's wardrobe in the flashback, both Tifa and Aerith question it of like, wait, Cloud, did you really go through my stuff? And if you're like, yeah, both Tifa and Aerith are like, Cloud, you asshole. I didn't do that. I did that in the demo because I wanted to see what that was, but I didn't want that affecting like my relationship with Tifa in the actual playthrough, so I skipped it. But then I did it in the hard mode run, just because I was like, yeah, let's see what this does. Love that bit of line. And also a shout out to cause it's fascinating because in the demo you had a song that you could play on the piano, whereas this you did not. But if you still like hop down and like played on it, they would still give you the same dialogue, which I just always love. And shout out to the idea of like, well, Cloud's just telling this story to you people, and you're reacting as if you've actually heard him playing the piano in this moment, which is weird. But also, fuck the songs, fuck the piano mini game stuff.
Yeah, Trevor
did not like those.
Trevor really liked it. I enjoyed them quite a bit. I enjoyed the hell out.
The first two or three are fine. The last two,
see,
we can talk about the mini games, but
I'm fine with the second to last one. But the actual final one, like the one you get from the old man afterwards, that one, and then the on 2 legs one are absolute asinine.
Those two.
Yeah.
But you better fucking believe I've starred every single one of those except the last one.
You've starred them?
Yeah,
You just need the A.
Cameron, why did you only beat it till Wednesday? Because I was playing the piano, motherfucker. I was enjoying that game.
All right.
I fucking loved it. It was awesome.
Do you know, Brandon, what the reward is for filling out the Johnny's Lodge and getting everything?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It is not worth it.
That's very much where I'm at. I'm like, I'm doing that for the trophy and not the actual reward. So the chest that you can't open at Johnny's Lodge, you can only open that once you've gotten all of the other trophies. It's the sheet music for One Winged Angel. So you can play One Winged Angel on the piano, and it's like, you can go watch videos on YouTube of it. It's fucking like, oh, you think Two Legs or the battle theme music are tough? Nope. One Winged Angel gonna fuck you up.
I'm never gonna get that. I'm never gonna get
exactly.
Sight in.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna finish that.
Yeah.
I I do not like collectathon bullshit.
Yeah, well, there you go. You
Don't be masochists like us.
So
Don't do it.
you, the one of the three of us that would actually enjoy the nonsense of trying to star that. Hey, you miss out on that because you're not gonna go through the collectathon bullshit and all that other stuff for you.
Dumbass things. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
So many games suck ass, and I don't want to play them.
Speaking of that, Brandon and I we took a mid-episode break, and Brandon and I were talking a little bit about it. In terms of like the things we've done in the game, here we are 2.5 hours into the podcast. So yeah, Brandon and I are similar places where we obviously both beat the game. I have one more of Johnny's things than Brandon does. I'm at 87 of 88. Brandon's at 86 of 88. Brandon's a chapter ahead of me through his hard mode playthrough because I'm done at chapter 6. You've done chapter 7. And yeah, the one thing we don't have, that both of us don't have, is you get a reward for doing all of Chadley's battle simulator stuff. We've not done some of the brutal and legendary ones there. And then Brandon also has not done the crates, the Kate Sith crates. It got knocking out 10 Kate Sith crates in Johnny's for that Johnny trophy.
For the podcast audience, apologies to Trevor for rehearing this, but my initial run through, because in most mini games that are as part of the story, you'll see these little counters, much of the mini games, like when you're on the actual minecart in Corel Mountain or in the back of the buggy at the end of chapter 8, like, yeah, these are fun things, but they never really amount to anything. So I thought this Kate Sith segment at the end of chapter 11, which admittedly, chapter 11, most overall fantastic chapter, except that Kate Sith section, which we can get into, but you have 2 minutes to break these boxes with mechanics and controls that
are bad. Are just bad.
Oh, the throwing mechanic sucks ass. It's awful.
Yeah.
That's more in line with what you're talking. But I passed it. I'm like, okay, I don't have to do that anymore. Cool. And then look at me into the game, looking up what I have to do, find out, oh no, and that's not something you can repeat. Oh, that made me so mad.
Yep.
Oh,
just gonna have to replay that chunk of chapter 11 to get to that point again. Yeah. Which I did as well. Like I did most of the stuff before end the game. There were still a handful of things I cleaned up after the fact, but it was very much like I'm just gonna load chapter 11 on easy and like replay through that to get to that point to get that thing. And I did that. Basically, I got my 87 out of 88. On Johnny's hotel stuff, and then I started my hard mode playthrough. Is the order of operations I've done. So yeah, that was a big old pain and just the stupidest thing.
And another thing that repeat to Trevor that's not for the podcast audience, but worst mini game for me, crunches. Spent 3.5 hours on that mini game. Hate it so much. In Remake, the pull-up minigame was the worst thing about Remake. And again, the exercise minigame, the worst thing for me about Rebirth. Please, for the love of God, don't put an exercise minigame in Part 3.
Oh, of course they're going to now. That's
I know
they've established that crew. So yeah, there's probably going to be I mean, we haven't done squats yet, so you're gonna have squats in that game.
You think the squat king Zach is gonna give up his record to like some jabroni in a gym? No way. We're gonna have to take it.
Yeah.
The sit-ups was fine. It's the other one with the dude after that one.
The other one with the dude after that one. That doesn't help at all.
The gal first, the sit-ups.
Oh yeah. I mean, so yeah, the first star that finishes that side quest. Yeah, it's. I mean, they're all sit-ups, but it's it's just the 1 star, 2 star, 3 star.
Yeah, fuck that.
Track of it.
You get past 2 star. That was fucking bullshit. I didn't care for it.
Yeah, I didn't run into the same pain points that Brandon did, but we were talking kind of off air. My strategy on that was I muted the thing because I didn't like the background noise and conversations that characters were having and music and stuff was messing with my equilibrium in terms of the timing of everything. So I did that, and then I think I also turned off the controller vibration or like trigger settings because they were they were messing up my ability to do some of that stuff. So yeah, so I also still struggled with it, but also doing that on easy or whatever. Or yeah, maybe I wasn't doing it on easy. Actually, I think I did do it on easy. I think I did the side quest stuff before and was like, okay, there, Tifa's gonna like that. But then I did the second and third stars on easy mode, like I did with the pull ups in the last game, because they're a little bit easier to manage through it. So yeah, there are your workarounds for that. But I mean, in the vein of shitty minigame stuff that we were talking about kind of off air, my gripe was the glide to chocobo thing in Cosmo Canyon. We were talking about that, and Cameron and I have talked about it as well. Of like that is where, and this is where like a lot of the mini games became frustrating for me in this game was, oh, they're fun to do if you're not trying to 3-star everything. But as soon as you have to try and 3-star everything, the glide to chocobo ones are the worst because you have to do them perfectly. You can't miss anything to get the 3-star in those. A lot of the other stuff, it's like there's a little bit of wiggle room, there's a little bit of leeway. But for those, it was like, nope, you got to go through every one of those stupid rings. And if you fuck up anything, well, you got to reload and restart. And a lot of times, it's like the pain point I have for a lot of those and like some of the battle stuff is like there isn't a nice, easy restart. Just like pause and restart the thing you want to do. You have to like actually finish it out and fail, or you have to just like fail in another way or something like that. It's like, this is like, I know because I messed up the beginning of this that I'm not going to do it. So just let me fucking restart. So yeah, I hated that one. That was the one that took the most time for me, was 100%ing those stupid flying chocobo things, especially because they didn't have inverted control options or anything like that, and like inverted control when flying is the only time I ever really use inverted controls. So even that was just like, I don't like how these control, and I don't like these setups because of how finicky they are and how like you have to dive and pull up at just the right points or you're not going to do it. You're going to fail. And it was miserable, and fuck that noise. Some of the other, like the Fort Condor stuff, I didn't like the Fort Condor stuff as much as I liked it in the intergrade.
I agree.
Intergrade, sorry.
Where
But
you were collecting, pieces, as opposed to like, here are the preset things you can do in this one.
But I am happy it did come back.
Yeah.
Like, at least. Like,
yeah.
I agree. It's not as good as Intermission, but I am happy. Like, I think Rebirth is mini games the game, and that is kind of to its detriment a little bit. Like, as I told you, Trevor, off recording, there are some mini games that, for me personally, I feel like fantastic. Yes, keep them, bring them back for part 3. Queen's Blood, Fort Condor. I really like the Chocobo races. Shout out to that super heavy metal Chocobo track when you race the middle manager from Shinra.
Sure.
Fantastic. But I really dug the Chocobo races. There are some mini games that I see their potential. They kind of need some tweaks. They're not perfect. Like I do see and did feel some enjoyment out of things like Gears and Gambits. Like, that has some pain points, but I kind of see the appeal. I kind of like that. The piano we were just discussing, like, the piano is fine but the requirements and some of the songs is like
the Two Legs one
like,
was such like a ramp up in difficulty.
Yeah.
Where I was like, like the first time I did, like I'd gotten A's on the others, and then I did that one and I got a C, and I was like, I don't know how I missed that many notes because I just didn't see them. Like, yeah, and the thing that I gripe about that is like, if I was playing like Beat Saber or something like that, there are settings of like practice settings of like slow down the thing, and you can like learn the pattern and learn the rhythm, and then you can like ramp it up to the real time, and that's when your score will start getting tracked. And the fact that there isn't any option for that in this, like, well, like, there's definitely never any chance I'm going to ever S rank these like Cam has done, and I just like, I got enough right that I was able to A rank all of them. But yeah, like those those painful, and I was so glad that was one where it was like, hey, you don't need to S rank these for Johnny's thing, because
Mm-hmm.
because that would have definitely been like, oh, I'm just never doing this, never mind. um yeah,
And
the
to
point.
finish,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say to finish what I was saying. You know, games that need to be tweaked, but those that need to be fired off and never again. Again, the exercise mini game, as you said, Trevor, the glide, the chocobo to glide thing that needs to go away. Like on the whole, like I respect and appreciate like trying to massively mix up all kinds of different gameplay, try to provide all kinds of different mechanics. And there are some things that are like passable, that are like they're not bad, they're just not memorable. Like the dolphin mini game that kind of gets
Yeah.
unlocked a little bit in chapter 12. Like
Mhm.
it's not bad. It's just it's whatever. It's like the frog jumping mini game.
Mhm.
It's again, it's like this is fine, but it's like I do without it. So I think
But then you had like a solid one, or at least I thought it was a solid one, like the Rocket League knockoff one, which like that
that
was
was
one
all
I
right.
wanted more
Decent.
of, and they did the thing that so many of these have of like, okay, here's the two difficulties you have for it, and I was like, no, give me more of this game. I had fun with this thing. Um, the point I got to the point I came to Cam was like, they just made too many of these stupid things mini games, was picking mushrooms in Gongaga.
Yes, fuck that.
And I'm glad that didn't turn into like a, okay, here's a 3-star thing you need to do for this. But
Well,
I mean,
think
it is, you do have to, like, if you want to get like the best rank, like if you want to get you cleared these side quests perfectly, you have to do it perfectly. But yeah, like I did that when I was like, all right, why the fuck did we need this? This did not need to be a mini game.
That's the one quest I don't have a gold star on.
The one I don't
That is
have
the one.
is the Chocobo one, because I lost the second of the races.
Oh, really?
I got first in the first and the third race, and I came in second in the second race. And I was like, that's fine, that'll be fine for me. I'm good with that because I'm still going to win the overall thing. Not realizing it was like you can do these perfectly, or you can do them, adequately or whatever. There's no difference in the reward. It's just in the play log where it's like, the quests you did 56 out of 56, quests you did flawlessly 55 out of 56. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you, play log. Yeah. But yeah, like that, the mushroom picking one, I was just like, all right, like this is just too stupid. Like this did not need to be a thing. Yeah. And then immediately I followed it up with the glide to Chocobo. I was like, yep, I'm done with the mini games until like the end of the game. I at that point really, like, I didn't do all the Gears and Gambit stuff, like that was the breaking point for me, where I was like, I'm not going to 100% every zone before I move on. Because I was like, I don't want to do some of these things. I don't care. And like, I think around that same point, I was like, I'm not going to try and do all of the like optional side things in each of the battles. Like if I got 2 of them done, that's fine for me. I'm not going to retry it. I'll come back, later in the game and clean them up. And I've done that since. I've gone through and like 100%ed all those. But yeah, like the 1-2 punch of mushroom picking and then the glide to Chocobo, I was like, all right, kind of fuck these mini games. Like I didn't like Gears and Gambits initially. It warmed up to me once I like figured out what I was actually supposed to be doing and kind of some of the strategy stuff around that. But yeah, mini game. This game has too many mini games.
Too many minigames. Exactly.
Agreed.
Everything needs to be a minigame.
Yeah. Another thing we were talking during our break, Cameron, that you missed. The 3D brawler minigame in the Gold Saucer. The only way I was able to manage and get through that was because I learned, oh, if you pause, like, when they go and make the move, you can pause and figure out what prompt you need and give yourself that like breathing room in that time, as opposed to trying to do it all in real time in the moment.
If it was outside of the story, I didn't ever really do that one. I've never been a fan of the original nor this brawler minigame.
Okay.
But it's fine.
Okay.
G-Bike was also another one that was all right.
Yeah.
I love G-Bike, though. That's my thing. I love G-Bike.
Yeah, I did I did G-Bike twice. I did the Speed Square one a lot. Like I went and replayed that, especially the first time you go to Gold Saucer. When I was like, I want to get all of these things, so I was like using that to farm
Nice.
GP.
I did the exact same thing.
Because I was like, all right, I'm reliably successfully completing this one and getting 100 GP after each one or whatever, so I can do that.
I'm trying to remember what I did to get a buttload of GP. I think it might have been just Queen's Blood.
I mean, I didn't. Well, yeah, because you wouldn't have been able to do Chocobo racing that first time around.
Yeah, so I just played a lot of Queen's Blood there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the Gold Saucer is like, well, at least the mini games make sense here. So much of the rest of the game, it's like, all right, too many of these are like, I don't need all these mini games. You did not like the pirate shooter thing in Costa del Sol. Didn't need that.
I enjoyed
The
that one a lot.
the handful of side quests / mini games where it's like, okay, go and take a picture of things. It's like, okay, I guess I don't like, these aren't really compelling or interesting. Although shout out to the one in Cosmo Canyon where it's like, okay, you can sneak a picture with Aerith if you want. And I was like,
That was
yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then she calls you out for it, and yeah, have a little banter and a little relationshipy thing there.
I just enjoyed the photo one because it ties into like the dude who was like, I need to get a photo for posterity in Nibelheim, because I think that's gonna come back in the next game.
Oh, I mean, yeah, obviously that.
Yeah.
But
So I think introducing like the photo, like, yeah, you're like a master photographer, you're the best, you're a
oh,
great
yeah, I
photographer.
wasn't even thinking about that. The one where it's like, hey, go into photo mode in each of these areas. Like that was fine. I'm talking more, hey, go take pictures of the constellations, or go take pictures of the hidden chocobos in Costa del Sol. Those little side things
hidden
was like,
cactars.
yeah, sorry, hidden cactar.
The Costa del Sol cactar specifically, which is the pink cactar.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I thought it was fun. These were, I didn't feel
Also-
so much as mini games as so much as it was just like side quest stuff. So
Yeah.
Actar Crush can be left in Rebirth and not make its part 3 return. Like,
Crush.
That's the proto relic in the Corel region, where you're either
Oh,
either
Yuffie.
Yuffie,
Yeah, no,
Yuffie or
Aerith.
Aerith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Aerith.
I could go without that. That's for sure.
Yeah. Those were annoying. Like you can definitely like set yourself up for success with certain like gear and materia and stuff that make those easier. But yeah, they were like, whatever. They were like some of the last ones I did of the like proto relic stuff.
rewards
And the hard mode ones. The rewards that ended up being like enticing for me were the dark matter, which you need for some of the like high end gear. That you like unlock, I think, through like the pirates quest stuff.
Oh, I enjoyed the pirate quest too.
Yeah.
I like that. That was fun. Going to different
Yeah,
islands
I
and
did too.
finding those
That
very-
was
those
neat.
monster variants.
Mhm.
I enjoyed the hell out of that.
That was neat.
Yeah.
And then like when you realize that the captain that they were all worshiping was a fucking all pro.
Yeah. So we kind of did a deviation into minigame talk out of Corel.
Hard deviation.
But yeah, I mean it's fitting because that's also where you do the chocobo racing in the Dust Bowl area. I like the Dine stuff. I thought they did a good job adjusting that. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Before we get to the dying stuff, I want to make sure to ask, how do y'all feel about Test Zero?
Test Zero.
Do you know why
Yeah.
that
Like
that
the
little
OG
detail-
Easter egg kind of thing. It was like I
the
didn't know about
Japanese
that.
only version?
Yeah.
That is so cool. I love that.
The-
Like the fight itself is whatever, but the fact that they
Yeah.
hey, this was an actual thing, and now we're actually canonizing it in a weird way. It's
Yeah.
like,
It's this weird
that is such an awesome
this
Easter
weird
egg.
dog
It's the
creature
missing no type thing,
that can talk. It was effectively a missing no type of Easter eggy thing in only the original print of Final Fantasy VII.
The Japanese version.
Yeah.
Basically, it was an enemy that never attacked. It was like a debug option for developers to test out some combat mechanics.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, it's
Um,
awesome.
So like I more than the Easter eggness of it, I liked the mechanics of its fight, of like it whipping something down and that creating a boost that you can grab instead of letting it get it so like you can get the heals from it, or you can get the buff or whatever. So I like that. And then I was also just mostly confused by like why it's talking at me and yelling and like and the weird voice it had and stuff. I was just like, what the this is odd. Um but yeah, it
Anything
was
test
fine.
0 is odd, but
Yeah.
love that Easter egg.
Um
But yes, to your point about the dying stuff, honestly, I prefer how the original handled dying to this.
I don't
I
know.
I'm not saying it's bad.
mhm.
I'm not saying it's bad at all. I actually do like it overall, like dying, going down in a
In
hail
a
of
blaze
bullets,
of
and still
glory.
telling
Yeah.
Barrett, yeah, and still telling Barrett, live with this guilt. I want you to carry that weight. But the imagery of in the original game where Dyne just goes to the cliff and just
Mhm.
falls back and
Yeah.
kills himself that way, I think is more impactful. Granted, 97 polygonal to modern day storytelling, but at the same time, it's like I feel like I'm missing a little bit more oomph, a little bit more impact. I don't know. I'm weird that
I
way,
think
but
that part of it is that Gus is so much more of a bigger feature of that, where Dine was technically the leader in Dust Bowl and the original, and you have to face him off to go against him on that. Maybe that might have been it. I don't. For me, the whole thing where like Barrett, like getting to see Barrett and Dine held onto each other until both their hands were blown apart by Shinra gunfire, um, Scarlet gunfire rather, was a brutal scene I was not expecting, and made a. I think the idea of like, oh, he falls back again has always been a weird one because he survived a previous fall, maybe. But for me in particular, I love the idea that he tells Barrett like, live with the guilt, like you survived, like that's part of what you have to deal with, like you.
I will.
Yeah.
I will say, I understand why. Like, this is not a confusion on my end. Like, I completely understand why. But the fact that you don't see any blood in that scene, it takes me out of it. Like,
The whole
I get it.
half the people suffer
I
out
get it.
stabs we never see blood from. Like,
Again,
Which
I get it.
Which then makes it incredibly weird when like Cloud stabs people and we see blood. Like
Yeah.
like I think it is the like, oh, there is an impact when we get it. So I'm okay with it being like glossed over in, especially in like flashbacks or something like that, where we don't necessarily need to see it to know the impact of what's happening. And it also, obviously a throwback of like, we obviously didn't see the blood in the, polygonal version of that cutscene all those years ago.
For me,
I guess it's just that
the
inconsistency.
There's a difference between it because when we see blood come off of people and onto Cloud's model, those are not. We don't get like close-up character shots of those models being like cut open and torn apart. We just see blood splatter. A zoom in on Dine's body would require a completely separate created asset to have those bullet holes rendered in him. Like,
Yeah.
I see that as we didn't have that because why would we spend the time making a specific character model that has bullet holes that's there for 8 seconds? That's somebody's holiday. That's somebody's time having to stay late.
But
I understand why it's not
you
there.
do get a version of that when we have that bit at the Temple of the Ancients where everybody's having their like traumatic flashback thing, and we see Barrett with the like bandaged arm, the bloody bandage on his arm, post like severing. So
But
yeah,
Barrett's a main character.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
And also, that's just a small alteration. Like that's a consistent alteration for a. I don't know. There's like I see the reason behind it.
I did for me in terms of the dying stuff. I do think I mean, like in part because it's so iconic of him like falling backwards off the cliff.
It is like a return to the motif of how they parted the last time.
Yeah. There is a beauty and a poetry to that, and it's obviously something I've lived with for 25 years. Like knowing that imagery. So when it was okay, we just found him kind of in his little junk pile out here, and there's like no cliffs nearby. Okay, well, how is this going to play out? And then I like the element that it is still like a like Barrett and Dine have this fight.
Yeah. I like that solo. I think
I think it like not having Cloud in it with him this time and keeping
Like
it a
the
solo
original.
fight. I did. It did screw me because again I hadn't been using Barrett in my party a lot, so I did die the first attempt, and then I basically had to better prepare and better equip Barrett with gear for that. I should have known, but you know, we were coming out of the gold saucer. I hadn't been using him. He hadn't been in the party.
This is why I like to use everyone.
Yeah. But I so like the very personal nature of that fight and the fact that it like you still have that moment of Barrett trying to convince him like no, Marlene's alive, you could still come and be with Marlene, but Dine's still being too far gone, too far broken, and and him not having this moment of like go take care of her for me, and more being like like in my age I don't forgive you, I don't like you have not atoned to me. Like you do still have to live with this. Is definitely obviously a thing I think that better works for Barrett's character, and that he has to kind of continue with that weight on him, while also leaving the thing of Marlene behind.
I
Lovely moment.
Yeah.
I was more annoyed. I did not like the chase in a circle, fighting the helicopters and stuff afterwards. I was like, similar to like, I'm glad that is not a mini game that was like ranked or scored or anything like that, because I failed miserably at that and whatnot. But yeah, I like if there had just been more to it instead of like, oh, I'm going in a small little square, I would have. But like the fact that I went in that square 10, 12 times over the course of that thing, I was like, all right, how many more of this shit is going to be coming my way? Like what the hell? And also I think in between those sequences you had the Palmer fight too, where I was like, I like that it continues the weird like animal robotification, animal mechification, in that like, oh, here's a frog.
Yep.
But I really just wanted the Palmer. I want to hit Palmer with a truck. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the Rocket Town scene where you fight Palmer as the tiny Bronco. He dodges the tiny Bronco, but then gets hit by the truck. I hope we still get that scene in part 3.
Well, yeah, no. For me, I enjoyed it because it's him. He's driving the mech that best represents him as a toady, as a stooge.
Sure.
My favorite thing, the fight itself is fine, and I might have a differing opinion
in
on
hard
it
mode,
here,
yeah,
because I'm gonna get to that tomorrow. But have you assessed it? And did you read did you read the description about the assessed thing? Because it's hilarious.
Yeah, and
basically
I assessed everything, and I probably laughed in the moment, but it doesn't stick with me.
This mech is unstoppable unless its pilot is incompetent. Like, one of my favorite assessed things, because it's like one of the few that's actually a joke. It's like, Palmer is a stooge.
Yeah, why is Palmer's job to put up wanted posters? Because Palmer's fucking useless.
Yeah.
And he runs a division that Shinra doesn't care about.
He runs a division that Shinra doesn't put a budget to. Like, I fucking love it.
So yeah, moving on. We talked about some of the gold saucer stuff already. Shout out to Dio. I do like how they use Dio in this.
Dio versus Corneo was fun.
Yeah.
Has to pose for every other sentence to get every point across, even when he's surrounded by dead bodies.
But he shows up here with he shows up with the buggy for you to get you out of a jam, and then you got that. Then we head off to Gungaga, where I love, and I had known because I'd seen some of the stuff beforehand, but I loved that Cisne is there, and the expansion of the Gungaga sequence. I just really enjoyed, especially tying it into the Crisis Core stuff, and I especially love the payoff to the proto relics in that area of the Turk training facilities, where you finish the last one and then Cisne comes in and gets verified because it reads her ID, and your cast of characters gets a better understanding that she's a Turk, even though they don't quite understand what that entails and what that means.
Well, I like how she said, "Well, I'm here to maintain the facilities," and I love how that's like for people who've played Crisis Core, that's a lie. She meets Zach's parents during Crisis Core when she's there to basically she's there to quote unquote try to apprehend Zach, but she's letting him go. She's giving him a head start on that and keeping him from going to see his family because that'll he'll get caught. And her when he asks oh, you met my parents, she goes, yeah, they've already asked they've already adopted me into the family. And then we see kind of the culmination of that as she wants to make them dinner with Gungaga mushroom soup, and it's just fucking great. I love it.
Yeah.
Also,
I love the fact
you can go.
I love the fact that they brought Cisne.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my the only point I wanted to make is that Cisne, I think, is a really good character. She's not like a main character by any means in Crisis Core, but she's like one of those outline characters that because she never existed by the time the original 7 happens, I'm just super happy that they actually brought her in and actually made her a thing. And to that point that you were just making about how important that she is, did you do the quest? I think it's only available in chapter 12, I think, where you can only ask her a single question.
Yes.
And did you pick the question where she references Zach and Aerith is like,
yeah,
huh?
Yep.
That's just another detail that I just love that they just keep tying it in.
There's that aspect.
Thumbs
of
up.
She recognizes Cloud because at the end of Crisis Core, she sees Zach with Cloud, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And buys them some time.
Yep. Well, she all because also she sees him with Cloud, but also by that point, Zach and Cloud were spending time together also before. And
I'm saying she sees them after they escape, right?
After they escape,
and so years have passed, and she's finally seeing Zach for the first time, and she's seeing Cloud, who she probably hadn't met or known before that point. But so she's seeing him here again in Gungaga, and in full faculties and stuff, and potentially with the Buster Sword.
But I mean, to her perspective, Zach is still because she knows Zach's dead.
Yeah. But shout out to the sequence. Obviously, we also get all the Gungaga reactor stuff there. And shout out to
one of my favorite sequences of the game.
Just gonna say it. Everybody recovering there, and you hearing Yuffie through the door, kiss. In the Cloud and Tifa stuff. Love that bit. Yeah.
I will say, to the point about the reactor bit, I think the reason why I loved it so much is because it is kind of the catalyst of, Tifa's segment in the live stream inside the weapon. Also, it's that segment where Cloud loses himself to Jenova/Sephiroth's control, and he fights off all the soldiers and just catches one on his sword through impalement. Oh, but also, both the Scarlet fight and the Specimen fight, some of the best boss music in the whole game. And it's something else we haven't deep dived on is the music, but again, we can get to that later. But it's that whole segment is just fantastic. It's probably up to that point, I would have said the flashback, Calm, entering the grasslands, and the entire Junon segment were the highlights. And from that point, from the Junon segment up to the Gungaga reactor, that's not a small chunk of time. That's a good, decent chunk of the game. So the fact that this Gungaga segment comes in and the reactor, I think that's probably one of, not the highest high for me, but one of the highest highs of the entire game is all that takes place inside the reactor.
And we head off to Cosmo Canyon, right? What's
up, Sid?
Get introduced to Sid, Tiny Bronco Limited or whatever.
Tiny Bronco Airlines.
Yeah, there you go. And flying the Bronco around the world. Flying the Bronco around, especially at that point in the game, I was like, okay, this is interesting. Of okay, we're flying over nondescript land. When when Chapter 12 opens up and you can actually take the Tiny Bronco to all of the old places, and you realize, oh, this entire world is connected and is an open world. Yep. I was like, oh, fuck you guys, you actually did it. Good job.
Yeah, you actually made it work. Fuck.
Like, you gave it to us in small doses, and then gave us like fast travel points between them. But yeah, then having that bit at the end where it's like, okay, yeah, I can go back to the grasslands from Nibelheim if I want via the tiny Bronco. Neat, that's really cool. Love that. When we got like a flavor of that when you do drive the buggy from the Corel region to the Gangag region. So yeah, I like that. But yeah, the we get to Cosmo Canyon. We get the fun it had been teased a little bit earlier, but like childlike Nanaki compared to sage advice, wisdom giving Red 13 was a fun little reveal because it is that that like Bugenhagen talks about like in his terms he's like 15 or 16. It's like, oh, that's right, he is a kid.
He's a teen, yeah.
Compared to like the rest of the part. And yes, he's been around for 50 years or whatever, but still, like, for his mental, acuity, the teen comparison makes sense that like, oh, he was putting on airs with us the rest of the time.
One of my favorite things is later they call him out for being a kid, and he says like, man, I knew I should have stuck with the intellectual bit. Mm-hmm. It's like, fucking love you, Nanaki. So good.
Unpopular opinion, I understand. I'm probably in a minority on this. I've gotten so accustomed and used to the bass baritone voice.
Mm-hmm.
I
prefer it to the actual real kid voice. Like,
I think it's a great range for the voice actor.
Yeah.
I think it's so
that I totally agree.
The voice actor getting to demonstrate chops of doing both a teenage and like gruff, deep adult voice is one, the range on that to make them both sound so different, incredible.
Yeah.
But like, and I liked it. Because I remember the dialogue that Red 13 has after Cosmo Canyon, where you find out that he's a teen for his species. His dialogue's a lot more teen. Like it's a lot less of like exposition and intellectualism, and it's like, no, we're getting to see the real Red 13 now.
Yeah, it's one I remember seeing like in the lead up to the game and stuff. I remember seeing like the director talk about the idea of like, oh yeah, like we recorded, two different versions of a lot of Red 13 stuff because of, when you might do his side quests in comparison to the broader game. And just doing the like, obviously, I think all of us went through and basically were 100%ing areas, so we did all of his earlier side quests as Red 13, but I would be very curious to go back and do them as Nanaki now, and hear what the difference is on those for the places where we can. Because there are obviously some later in the game that are only going to ever happen with him as Nanaki exposed, but yeah, it was a fun little bit there. We get a lot of the, like, the beautiful planetarium sequence again. Cosmo Canyon, just a banger music again. Like throughout, yeah, the music just being phenomenal is a given in this, and the amount of love and care and stuff that they put into so many of these tracks just was so fun and delightful. It's one of those I always love it in the moment. But I'm not enough of a music guy to be like, oh my God, this song was like so amazing. And for this, it was just like, oh, every song, like there's never a time I don't like what I'm listening to in terms of the soundtrack of this game. And I love some of the songs that did come back from the last game, be it like the, hip hop chocobo mix and stuff, or just various tracks and stuff that we had from the last time around that continued their way into this one. And I on the music front, and going back to like the piano mini game, I do like that, like depending on how well you're doing, you will get different versions of the song and the piano like backing to it. Like if you're really tanking it, you're going to get a metronome ticking as a very poor chord structure is playing out. But if you're like nailing it and you're doing a perfect flawless kind of thing, you're gonna get a very flowery and extraneous kind of accompaniment.
When you star it and you just heard nothing but melodies and no ticking. So good.
Brandon,
how did y'all feel about Bugenhagen initially being like dismissive and kind of like short with the party? Like That was a little surprising to me.
I hated him at first, but I appreciate that it gave him growth. It's very much like the Sokka from Avatar kind of thing of like he yeah, especially because he's like being very dismissive to Tifa. I was like, fuck you. like she knows what she's talking about. She's not pulling this out of her ass, man. Like believe what she's saying. And so yeah, by the time you finish a lot of his side quest stuff and he apologizes for that, I was like, okay, cool. You realize and you were written to realize that you were in the wrong. And you are, an old dog that can't learn new tricks kind of thing. Like I appreciate they went that direction with it. But if I hadn't done those side quests, I would have a very different walk away with Bugenhagen. Like I would have been like, yeah, like why the hell was he so dismissive? Yeah.
For me on that end, it's a matter of he's like he doesn't do the old dogs can't learn new tricks. He does the proof that old dogs can learn new tricks.
Yeah, like he starts out as an old dog can't learn new tricks, and he even said like. I think he uses that particular reference of like it's harder for an old dog like me to learn new tricks, I think, when talking to Naki and Tifa and Aerith about that kind of stuff.
I appreciate his growth. I appreciate that he is kind of caught up into the planet, like the planetism of is it called planetarianism?
I don't remember.
Or whatever.
Planetology.
There you go.
Thank you. He's caught up in the social scene of planetology at this point, and getting back to like real hard science is a cool thing for his character.
Yeah, and they're also so far removed from any Mako reactors, so they're not seeing the actual realities of Shinra and Midgar, like our cast has. Yeah.
Calm gets their stuff shipped in from Midgar, and so they have this bountiful land, and you see like the disparity between what Calm is to what Midgar is next to each other when you're going through the grasslands. It's night and day, and it just shows like, and even then, Nanaki points out when you're leaving and going out into the wider grasslands, this isn't actually good for the planet. The planet's not okay. This is the planet being bad.
If you read the Chadley intel you get in the different areas, I love it's something I had never thought about or pieced together, but the idea that the gold saucer is taking up so much energy that's why the whole area around it is just bereft of life and is just a desert. I was like, of course that makes perfect sense for the themes of this game.
I like that it also mentioned it's like as soon as Dio realized the mini reactors were doing that, he turned them onto reserve mode. So it's Dio's a Shinra, originally a Shinra stooge, but he realized, I am damaging the area around me. Let's limit that back.
Yeah, I also don't remember, maybe this was in the original game, but I don't remember the Gold Saucer being specifically a Shinra entity. I thought it was more of an independent kind of it's just a fun casino. So the fact that they so much of this tying in the Shinra versus Junon war and stuff like that, they do such a great job of fleshing out the history of this world in a way that the original game just doesn't, because it wasn't the focus, and they didn't know they were making one of the most influential games of all time at the time. They were just making seventh Final Fantasy game. Loved those elements. What else?
Before we get to the Gi Cave, which, as Cameron pointed out towards the beginning, holy crap, did they really expand the Gi? I just want to say, I loved the actual village of Cosmo Canyon in its design. It just, especially with Valley of the Fallen Star, is probably one of my top 3-ish minimum of my favorite songs. Seven's original Seven soundtrack is my favorite soundtrack, full stop. Hardly ever a miss. So getting this modern rendition of both that song and a more modern take of a beautiful village is just fantastic. And I think it should be stated at some point. It is a wonderful place. I just love just sitting there and just looking at everything. It is fantastically designed.
Going back to the Corel stuff real quick. I loved that the boss fight of that centers around those little tiny chocobo birds. that are like, oh, that's an optional thing you can find in the original game, and you can get some like chocobo or some Phoenix Downs from them. So I loved Cloud Junior basically, like being a callback to that from the original game. But yeah, Cosmo Canyon going into the Geek Cave, and yeah, the expansion upon that, where it is like, okay, yeah, here's the first, I guess, the Gungaga stuff rearranged some of the plot stuff, and also some of the Gold Saucer, like the fact that we get a partial date in Chapter 8 in Gold Saucer.
Did y'all have that first go around?
Do we all have Tifa? I know Cam and I had Tifa. How about you?
Yeah, Tifa as well. I think Tifa is supposed to be the default, but once you beat the game, you can go in and you can realize that it's actually supposed to be different. So I'm
Yeah.
curious to know how, unless you are actively working against not having Tifa as your date, I'm kind of curious how it could not be Tifa up to that first visit.
I had Tifa and Aerith as equal. Like, I had equal affection with both of them because I'd done everything essentially perfect up to that point.
But there's still you still have more things you've done with Tifa at that point. Yeah, that's what I think is getting at there. Is Tifa is the easiest one to get in that section just because of like the side quests you might have done and the conversations you might have had up to that point. I told Cameron at that point, I was like, yeah, theoretically I could have had Yuffie on that date, but I would have had to absolutely be tanking everything with the other two and just not doing any of their side stuff. So yeah, I think, but then knowing that there was like the second part of the date coming later, there were definitely deliberate things I did in Nibelheim where I was like, well, I don't want to make the good choice with Aerith because I don't want I want that date with Tifa in the Gold Saucer. So
I just went with whatever I ended up getting, and I ended up getting Tifa. So.
But yeah, I do appreciate that. Yeah, once you beat the game, you can basically go in and select who you want, and you can do like there is an option of like, yeah, your date is the other team members, so it's like Sid and Vincent and Kate Sith is one of your options in the
hilarious.
Is that supposed to be like the bad option if you don't make it with anybody else?
Pretty much, yeah. It would be if nobody liked you kind of thing at the of the other crew. You can do that, and it's basically like, oh, you all walk into the performance, the three of them kind of walk into the performance together, and you're not really like locked into any of the other party members.
And it basically culminates in Kate Sith trying his best to stir up, and none of the other three are biting. And at the end of it, he's like, "And you guys suck."
Three sourest people in the party.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So we talked Cosmo Canyon, then we go to Nibelheim, and I liked the expansion of the Nibelheim stuff. In particular, like all of the extra like the islands around were a fun like thing, and that was my favorite of the chokobos. Being able to kind of
I was just about to say that.
Go jetting around the islands on that chocobo, kind of loose flying around. Compared, especially like off the tail of the Cosmo Canyon one, where it was like, oh, this seemed to be the promise of a flying chocobo, but really it's just kind of a slowly falling chocobo that ended up being a little bit more of a disappointment.
Especially paired with the glide to chocobo frustration. So yeah.
For me, it was also like River Chocobo. Like that was such a pain because it never felt special to me.
Are you talking the Gungaga one?
Gungaga one.
Yeah, I hated the Gungaga one because it was like, I don't like, which mushrooms am I supposed to be jumping on to get where I'm trying to go? I don't have like, this game hasn't given me a good path. I like mapping and maneuverability of the Gungaga region was my least favorite. Like everywhere else was like pretty easy to navigate, and I could figure out where I need to go or how I need to get someplace. But yeah, Gungaga was like, all right, I know I'm supposed to go there. How the fuck do I get there? And is it up? Is it down? Like, where am I supposed to go to try and get these things? Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Grasslands and Nebel, my favorite regions. Gungaga and Cosmo Canyon. Gungaga for its design, Cosmo Canyon for the chocobo gimmick is probably at the bottom tier for me.
Yeah.
See, I didn't mind the me, like, because I only did the gliding enough to do the side quest, I didn't bother with the rest of it.
I mean, until you opened up more of Cosmo Canyon, you were not enjoying the gliding. I remember coming in and you being like, how the fuck do I get up there? I'm like, you can't yet, or you're not supposed to, or you need to jump off of a different point to get to those places.
I was just like, why the fuck isn't this working? You told me why. I was like, okay, I guess. And I did the first minigame, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? What's going on?
Yeah.
I had to get your help for it. No, I hated the whole thing with the chocobos, but I loved Cosmo Canyon's like overall design.
Yeah.
Gungaga was just like a nightmarish loop when you're trying to 100% it before you leave.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, like I enjoy the aesthetics and the quests and everything in both regions.
Yeah.
Traversal in both regions. Traversal, like regular traversal and for me on Cosmo Canyon, totally fine. Like using the flying stuff to get to other ledges and stuff, didn't have an issue with that. For me, it was like the whole flight minigame sucked. But then on Gungaga, traversing on Chocobo throughout the Gungaga region was a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. Nibelheim. Obviously, we do the Return to Nibelheim. Cam and I talked about this off mic and stuff, just visiting about the game. I love that they're not trying to gaslight you this time around of like, what do you mean this place burnt down 5 years ago? Like they immediately are like, oh, you used to live here? I'm so sorry, kind of like, and they recognize that. It's definitely despicable Shinra in another way of like, well, they've taken that town that was torched and turned it into like a rehab clinic for Mako poisoning or whatever. It's like, all right. And also very weird that you like rebuilt the entire city from the ground up, including like interiors of people's homes and stuff like that. That's creepy AF. How did you know that Tifa had a piano in her bedroom here? And also, why is that here if this is now a like rehab clinic or
The dresser's still there, man. Like, it's fucked.
Yeah. But shout out to that. But yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit. The Kate Sith portion of this, very much my least favorite chunk of the game. And going back 3 hours ago to when I was complaining about stuff in the spoiler-free section, like this was the low point that like I like when you're doing the Kate Sith stuff, I was just like, I hate this. This is not fun. I'd not been using Kate Sith as a character a lot. I threw him in to a couple fights here and there to be keeping up his like weapons and stuff, like making sure I equipped his megaphone to get whatever ability I needed and then move on to his next one. But like he was just not part of my normal party. So like when I'm suddenly forced into using him for not only like a little puzzle section, but also a boss fight, I was like, oh, fuck this noise. And that was one of the like normal boss fights that I died the most in the game. I just was not equipped or prepared for that yin yang fight, which is also annoying because there were elements of it that I loved as callbacks to Shinra Manor from the original game. Yeah. I remember the yin yang enemy in that is just a normal enemy in the original game, and then I loved I forget the creature's name, but it's the creature that you fight when you unlock the safe that you had to unlock the same safe code. So I loved that little as like an homage, and it still has the same mechanic of like, if you use a lot of physical attacks, it's going to turn to the magic only enemy, and if you use a lot of magic attacks, it's going to turn to the physical. So I liked all of that. I just hated the forced Kate Sithness of it. And it was just a miserable experience for a little while there for me.
I thought it was fun. I did not like traversing it. The Shinra Mansion as Kate Sith, but I enjoy playing. I like Kate Sith's combat mechanics of riding the Moogle, luck, all of that. I enjoy a lot of that, so I had a great time with that. The battles. Move around so fast though.
Yes, throwing the boxes. But for me, Chapter 11. For the most part, Kate Sith segment aside, that was probably another one of my super love moments, because before the Shinra Manor, you have to go travel up Mount Nebel again.
Yeah.
And
we talked about that bit of like, Cloud remembers Zack. Cloud remembers Zack.
In the end, yeah. But like, it's not as fun this go around, but I also love the fact that they did bring back the pipe sliding and trying to figure out, okay, how do I take the pipe to get to the
Yeah.
item that I want? So I appreciated that. I respected that they put in some weird, I think it's called like diabolic variant or something, like some
Mm-hmm.
weird boss. Like
I
I
enjoyed
really
that.
love that. And
Those,
then
yeah, those were
then
they were like other. They were like the amped up versions of the clones mixed with like
yeah.
the twin brains or whatever. Yeah.
Mm.
And then you come back down, and then you get into the manor. I will say my one critique about the manor that again is not the case this session is that you don't go to the second floor. I
Yeah.
find that confusing.
Yeah. It was
Like I,
the
you know,
layout. I was like, oh, it's interesting that they changed the layout of the manor.
that's my point. Like I one of the best things about the manor is you have to go around it to try and find the clues, to get the safe number, to
Mhm.
crack open, to get Odin, to fight the boss, to get the key, to get Vincent. So like the I kind of can understand why they streamlined it. Like, you kind of this is a huge game. You kind of need to
Yeah.
push things along. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you then want to introduce this Kate Sith section. So that's like my direct counterpoint to that
Yeah.
very point. But at the same time, another reason why Chapter 11 is such a highlight is because, as we touched on earlier, how Vincent was handled was so fantastic. I love the fact that he wakes up, he's like, immediately, who are you? Who am I? I'm security. You don't need to know more than that. I love the fact that you fight the Galleon Beast. Like, that's, again, one
It's
of
so
my
good.
favorite bosses. Like, so fantastic. I
That
love
entire
the
boss
fact
fight
that
was fantastic. Yeah.
like I love the fact that Cloud goes into this side room and he sees the S cell containers
Mhm.
because this is where he was experimented on, and Vincent's like, I don't think I told you to go in there. Like, just that entire segment, I just
Um,
loved it.
rewinding a
Oh, go
bit
ahead.
real quick. To the like when they went up to the reactor before we get the Vincent stuff. Shout out to probably one of my favorite moments in the game of Cloud and Tifa being there for one another
Yeah.
as they walk through the reactor and have their little flashback moments. And like you have that moment where Cloud's freaking out and Tifa puts a hand on her shoulder, or yeah, Tifa puts her hand on his shoulder, and then like you have her freak out moment of like seeing the director that you were there to
Arasaki
find
guy.
in the same position that her dead father was in. And her having that freak out moment, and then Cloud reciprocating like the hand on the shoulder. I was like, this is why this is why I'm a Chloe T stan or whatever it is, a Cloud and Tifa fanboy, because like I love their relationship and their dynamic in those moments and their shared history with one another. That like the fact that they had those beautiful beats together was just such a wonderful visual echo of like the shared trauma that they've had in this space, even if Cloud's experiencing that shared trauma through a different lens. He also still had that shared trauma here, and it is a beautiful moment between those two characters in there that I want to shout. And we also get like the littering in of like the Wu Tai stuff there with like, oh, apparently like Wu Tai was here for an engagement or something like that, and they were gunned down and things are popping off. Oh no! So we get kind of that setup for the next game, bit of stuff. But yes, then back to the Shinra Manor Vincent stuff.
Vincent's great. I just think
Yeah,
Vincent's
and
a character. I think when you answer, he asks who's your enemy, and you can answer the others, but eventually, apparently, it goes back to Sephiroth. I just answered Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
There's a key thing that he says in there when he says like I'm going with you because Sephiroth is some like there's Sephiroth all like represents like unfinished business or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Cloud asks him like, well, so how do you know Sephiroth? And he goes, I've come across like basically on multiple occasions I've had the opportunity to kill him, and I haven't been able to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking good if you remember and you know that Sephiroth is actually his lost lover's child.
Yeah.
And it
mm-hmm.
this and his whole thing about like Hojo and everything, it's like these are such great brilliant clues because they're just not going to tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's awesome. I love the way they bring up that he goes, yeah, like a woman used to live here. Like when it's the side quest to go back to the mansion for this woman's cries, he goes, a woman used to live here. She was a lab assistant she was a lab assistant here.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, oh yeah, she must have been I think it was, I don't know who it says, but they said like something that like insulted her a little bit, and Vincent did not take that well.
Yeah.
No.
I think that we also get, like, I think there's like an allusion to like, oh, like Hojo's assistant, and they're like, no, Hojo's an idiot. This man was brilliant, kind of thing, referencing Gast.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say about the manor is I loved how Hojo like put in his contingencies, like the multiple times you visited it, like the first time and you trying to get out. I love the fact that the code to open the door is the same code that is the safe in the original game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Love that little detail. And the most second memorable thing about going back is the combat simulator. And if you go through and you complete all that out, you get a weapon for Aerith.
Mm-hmm.
So like I love the fact that even though I have my quibbles, like why can't we go to the second floor? Why is the quest the one of the best things about Nibelheim from the original game like stripped out? But all of these elements, again, just take the Kate Sith section and just throw it over there and have all of Chapter 11 and it'd be 100% A plus. But like all of that, and then you leave, and who is there one more time? Roche.
Mm-hmm.
Post Hojo experiment.
Yep.
I can't say enough good things about Chapter 11. I love it so much.
There's something
It is so well done.
If this is your first time playing through through the Final Fantasy VII story, between Broden and Roche, you see what is quote unquote Cloud's future.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now Cloud is, and the first time viewers are meant to see this as Cloud is having degradation. That's the problem. So it's like a race against the clock against this degradation thing going on. And so he sees Broden and Roche as like eventualities for himself. And I think that that's a brilliant way of doing that. Like it does like lead into when you find out Broden used to be a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And like he gives you the warning. He goes, "It happens to everybody." Like you'll see. And then you see later Broden's in Nibelheim, and it like breaks your heart. And then you see Roche get there, and Roche is fighting you, and then eventually Roche succumbs too.
Yeah. Also, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me, but like I felt like Broden's character model was very reminiscent of Lazard from Crisis Core. Like he had like apart from like he's not blonde, but like his facial structure in particular, he very much had like a Lazard face to me. So like when he was revealed that like, oh yeah, he is there as a like clone, I was like, is he like a Lazard clone? That's interesting. And they don't tie on it, and maybe
Lazard
it's just
never
like
had
more
clones of himself. He took on Angeal's
right
stuff.
But I mean, this just being a like Lazard was the head of Soldier for a time there, kind of thing of like what kind of other things did what's his butt the professor from Crisis Core get into.
I don't know. I think that
Hollander?
would be weird. But then again, like maybe
Hollander, yeah, you're right.
Hollander, yeah. I think it might be a bit strange.
Yeah, I mean it probably just is a coincidence, but like that was like when I started seeing him pop up in like reunion stuff later on, I was like, oh my god, like he like. And having just replayed Crisis Core, last year or whatever when the reunion came out.
Maybe it's because like I have a hard time seeing that because Lazard's with Angeal's
yeah,
face.
yeah.
It's a bit odd for me to think that way, but maybe.
Yeah.
Also like you guys know Lazard was President Shinra's like bastard, right?
No.
Okay.
We don't need to dive down that rabbit hole, though. I don't think it has any where, and
we're
already on 4 hours of recording.
Shout out to them. Also, all the acknowledgments of Before Crisis, the Japanese-only mobile game that I've watched many YouTube videos of people's playthroughs with fan translations of those stories. Shout out to them referencing part of Com getting blown up and then rebuilt right away.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Cisne, who makes her appearance as Shuriken female. like the female shuriken user because Before Crisis is a Turks game. And I'm not gonna lie, I really hope we get more of Sung's predecessor as far as like Turks history with Vincent. Because in Before Crisis, Vincent showed like Nibelheim is attacked, and to find a mysterious like materia. A part of it was left in Nibelheim Mansion, Shimmer Mansion, and so Velt is his name. Velt goes with a team to go retrieve it, and they come across Vincent, and Velt comments like, "Didn't know you were still alive." Like, and it turns out that Velt and Vincent were partners, like Reeve and Rude.
Reno and Rude.
Sorry, Reno and Rude. In like they were partners back when Vincent was a Turk. And then he went MIA. Nobody according to official records, Vincent's missing. Nobody knows what happened to him. Yeah. Except a lot of people go missing when they work under when they're under Hojo's supervision at Shimmer Mansion. So.
We get as we leave Nibelheim, and then then the tiny Bronco breaks down, and we head back to Gold Saucer. Realistically, all of us went and did all the side quests that open up once we got the tiny Bronco, and then we went to Gold Saucer. So story wise, we go to Gold Saucer. We get the Dio versus Don Corneo stuff for the Keystone fight. Then we get the Rude versus Rude and Elena fight, and then we get the 2-punch in my 1-2 punch of like, fuck this game. I once again got fucked by the Rufus fight so much because of just how different you have to do that fight compared to anything else in this game. And so I was getting real pissed at that Rufus fight for a little while there.
That Rufus fight and remake, I'm a big fan of it here again.
Yeah,
I enjoy the hell out of it.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit. I hope you suffered a lot in your Queen's Blood stuff.
Suffering was learning.
I don't think it was. But hey, also,
and of course,
you had to deal with the rat, so there, I get the last laugh.
Rufus as a video game character, we have a real life rat living in our house right now.
Yeah.
So not the same. Not even close.
Yeah.
And of course,
Rufus
we get
was
the
rat.
date and the Loveless play.
It's all about timing. It's all about timing along his reloads.
Yeah, I know.
I like.
But that's completely different from the rest of the fights that you've had in this game, where you can just kind of like hack and slash power your way through stuff. Like, oh, he's just going to endlessly fire at me, and then I have to try and be lucky enough to be able to close in on him and do some sort of thing when he in the like split second that he's reloading his gun. But I usually can't because he just blew me away with something else, and so I'm too far away to even get to him while he's reloading, because I'm still in the like stunned status or whatever from that animation. So fuck Rufus. That is very much the I do not want to do that hard mode fight. That is the one more than anything that I am dreading in hard mode stuff. So fuck that noise. But yes, we also obviously get the second part of the date stuff here. Do we all have Tifa on this as well?
Yes.
On my first run through, that's one of the things I did cleanup wise, is try to go through the Loveless play, with all and see all the different dates.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it is frustrating insofar as you have to replay the chapter from once you get the tiny Bronco as a water vehicle. You have to then dock at Costa del Sol, fast travel to Gold Saucer, and then you kind of can start skipping some stuff, but you still got to replay a good little chunk. And you can't skip the play. You have to redo the Loveless play.
Oh, the
over and over and over.
The quick time stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you have to redo it. Granted, you can kind of pick different options, but still, you have to do it. But I like how Loveless was implemented here as opposed to the original. And we have that red clad guy.
It's also weird. Like,
times.
I don't think in the original it was Loveless. Like,
it was not Loveless.
It was just a show with a dragon, with a weird dragon and a princess in the original Gold Saucer date. So like they've like this now being part of the love, like this is not the Loveless that Genesis was doing. Like there's a whole bunch of weird like elements to that. So I was like, this is weird. But
Did you notice that this one's called G Edition?
yeah, Loveless G Edition. Yep. Shout out to and it sounds like we were all with Tifa in chapter 8, so we probably all got the same like eulogy moment with Jessie, and getting to see her like, you know, thing up in lights. Shout out to just how fucked up and twisted Shinra is that they've digitally AI-ified Jessie's performance in this version of Loveless, so you get her, even though she is literally killed by Shinra's hand. Like that's gross in a perfectly fitting way. But then also shout out to the beautiful moment at the end of Aerith's song where like she sees Jessie and Biggs and Wedge, kind of at the back of the saucer, or at the back of the.
And this reminds
house.
me. This reminds me that we kind of didn't, and it's understandable why we didn't touch on it because it's tied to the Gears and Gambit's proto relic. But we actually
we get
the
all
definitive
the Wedge
end of Wedge, flat.
Yep.
Where it was cut to black
What
and
a
remake.
great
So
way of being like, hey, guess what? Fuck you.
Oh,
You thought he was
yeah.
alive.
Oh, we definitely killed Wedge.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh,
it's
you thought he
what
survived?
happened?
No,
what
no.
happened to Wedge? He flies out and the Whispers got him. It's like, no. Wedge is dead. Pizza slice went splat on the ground.
Yeah.
plot ghosts are plot ghosts for a reason.
Yeah. That was
we brought you back for a very specific reason. Now die.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we're done with you. Goodbye. Yeah.
But then you guys like, bro, it's okay, bro, no worries. In the wind that only Barrett could hear.
Yeah. Because he is, you know, one with the live stream now.
Yes.
I loved all of the I loved all the Loveless stuff. The QuickTime minigame thing, I was like, I would always get like 24 great and 3 good. I'm like, how the fuck do I get that to great? Thank God I don't need to. All I need is the S rank thing. But I was like, I don't like, you're not giving me any like gauge as to when I need to hit these things to do them better. So fuck you.
I legitimately believe that the first 3 or 4 of the actual sequence, I think it's the second one, whichever one it is, I think it's intentional that you can't get great on those. I legitimately think it's like, I think the red portion, I can't remember, but I after playing through it like 6 times to get all those different date outcomes and cutscenes for the play log completion, like I legitimately believe that those are impossible to get on great.
Yeah. I only I replayed the date with Aerith and then also with Yuffie just to see what Yuffie's was like, but also because there is one of Johnny's trophy things is having Yuffie as the star as Rosa. So like I made sure to replay it for her. The different versions of the date, especially the Skywheel thing, great. Like all of them are fun. I haven't gone and seen the Barrett and Red 13 or the others version yet, but I'll boot those up at some point.
With the exception of the others, that one notwithstanding, every single one has what I believe is story and or lore critical dialogue and conversations. All of them. And it's actually surprising because like it makes whoever you go on the date with, like it actually feels like it really matters to your personal play style. So if you wanted to take Red on the date, Red, his conversation with Cloud in the Skywheel is as important as the one you get with Aerith and the one you get with Tifa and the one Barrett to a lesser extent, but if you haven't seen Barrett's is pretty much saying to Cloud, yo, if you got feelings for somebody, like, I'm paraphrasing here, stop dicking around, like, tell them, like, follow through on that, get on that. So they're all really important. So if you haven't seen them all, I highly recommend you go. Even
Yeah.
if you have to go YouTube it, I highly recommend you go watch.
This just reminded me because we glossed over it, but shout out to the first time you go to the Gold Saucer and you get the just random musical number where Yuffie is a Wu-Tai idol. Okay, yep, sure. Why not? Good work on the choreography there, Andrea. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to like all of that, all the Cold Saucer date stuff in there in chapter 12, and then we go into the fuck you Rufus fight. And then we head up to the
final reminder.
Yep.
Complete all your business, because as soon as you disembark, you ain't coming back.
Yep, you are. If you're going to we'll talk about it here then. We've kind of touched on here and there the proto relic stuff. If you've done all the proto relics, you get the Gilgamesh Island and the fun like reveal as Gilgamesh is like incorporated into most of the proto relic stuff. First popping up maybe at it like in the Fort Condor stuff. Because I guess you see a weird little cutscene of like eccentric swordman at the end of the Grasslands proto relic stuff, but like that's so much more about Burke and the bandits or whatever. But I like the different ways that Gilgamesh kind of is folded into those proto relic things as we're tracking down the Genji armor. My favorite being him as the giant Sandman in Corel, and especially just like whenever you would just randomly stumble upon him and he's like giant in the distance and falling, be like, I can't hold my form. But then, shout out to Gilgamesh Island opening up and like the summon boss rush to go and face off against Gilgamesh.
Which is pretty rad too, especially when you start figuring out how each of those fights need to go.
Mm-hmm.
Really cool.
Yeah. I know, Brandon, we talked earlier, you had some thoughts on Gilgamesh you wanted to share?
Yeah, like, I think the Proto-Relic side quest is probably the most satisfying quest of the entire game that's not main story, and that's just for me personally.
I think that's totally I think that's realistic.
That fight with Gilgamesh, with that remix of Battle by the Bridge fused with the battle theme from 7, it's like, it is so both over the top and awesome at the same time, and it's like, and once you overcome Gilgamesh and he has his crazy departure and you just get
goes off to fight the Warriors of Light from another Final Fantasy game,
and to that point, there are so many other mainline Final Fantasy references in this game. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh, but like, also, oh, sorry, keep going, Brandon. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, Gilgamesh is 5. Like, Cloud Jr. on Barrett is a callback to Saz from 13. Like, and that's just 2 examples. But to finish up with Gilgamesh, it's like, and the fact is like, okay, cool. Now here's all these rewards. You can now craft Genji armor, which, by the way, you need the materials from the hard mode of the hard enemies of each region. Good luck with that. And then here's this cutscene, because I don't know if you got it at the Gilgamesh fight, but I got the complete world intel. You have everything cutscene with Chadley, and Chadley explains, no, I've had you go examine these life springs and activate these towers and fight these enemies because, the world might end and I want to back up. So, like, I just all of it happening all at once. And I'll be honest, Gilgamesh Island, probably the coolest looking place in the whole game. Like, the fact that it's ancient Japan, and it's, again, as I said at the very beginning, like 4 hours ago, this game just gives you so many unexpected highs, so many things you did not know would hit you in such a phenomenal way. Like, I love that Gilgamesh fight so much.
Yeah. Gilgamesh, like, for me, I went to do the Gilgamesh Island stuff in my original playthrough, and just like was running it like up against a wall on a couple of the summon fights to even do the Gilgamesh fight. So and I was a little bit beaten down by some of the other side quest stuff. So at that point I was like, all right, I I don't need to do this to finish the game. I'm gonna go finish the game. I'm gonna go do that, and then I'll come back and do this as like cleanup stuff after the fact. So I went back and did it like on easy mode once I like all of my characters were like up to the level 70 max level stuff. And yeah, still had a ton of fun doing those fights and doing the Gilgamesh stuff. But yeah, I didn't do it like in the initial like run of my my playthrough. But yeah, the Battle of the Big Bridge was absolutely like one of those great music moments of this game. And like Gilgamesh is always one of my like he's always like a goof when he shows up. Like one of my favorite thoughts. Like he shows up in I know I'm thinking Siegfried. Siegfried shows up in Final Fantasy VI. But like Final Fantasy IX is probably another good one where like he shows up and like has been collecting swords and stuff like that. And it's just like, who the hell is this? Who's this guy? But yeah, his whole lineage across the series. I almost wished his array of swords had been swords from the other games. I did love though that like when he pulls out his specials in that fight, at least one of the ones he pulled out for me was Excalibur.
Yep.
And I was like,
Yeah,
you absolutely get stuck with that shitty ass sword.
Yeah.
Good jerk. Yeah. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen like, you know, a Gunblade with him or like I mean, he already has one that looks like Cloud Sword. But yeah, just him popping up and being like the recurring element of all those proto-relic things. I agree. The proto-relic stuff is like easily the best, most interesting side story thing of the game. And it's fun that it runs through. I do also want to give a shout out to the Mog's houses that you come across in each of the areas, just because they are like a pitch perfect representation of the Mog's house from the original Gold Saucer game. And just being like, all right, shout out to that. That's great. And I love that the story they tell is of like Mog and I forget, like wasn't Mogcat, but
Mag and Mog.
Yeah, Mag and Mog, which is very much like they tell the story of like, yeah, he tried to fly and he practiced and he ate Koopa nuts and it's basically just like, oh yeah, they're just telling the story of what you did to get 130 GP or whatever in the original Final Fantasy VII game to do that.
I could have done without chasing them, but I love the Emporium.
The Emporium was great.
Yeah.
My favorite thing though was the reward you got after finishing all of them. Cloud as a Moogle.
Oh yeah, Cloud
as a Moogle.
Yep.
So good.
Yeah. In that vein, shout out to the again going back to the Toad stuff. Shout out to each of the characters, and they did this a little bit with the last game too. But like each of the characters' Toad models being like those like Toad Cloud having a little Toad Buster sword, and Cloud Barrett.
Oh, Aerith having her bow.
Yeah.
Aerith has her bow.
Barrett has the gun arm.
And then Tifa has her like the suspenders from her outfit. So
yeah,
pretty great stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, so the Gilgamesh stuff, lots of fun, and then we go into the Temple of the Ancients, which was I thought a fun kind of translation of that. Even though like as I'm heading north, I'm like, it wasn't north in the last game. It was back down south of the Gold Saucer. We're going to they've just moved it to a different place, but I get it.
I thought it was great.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate that it's like, no, the Cetra were located on the northern continent.
Yeah, it makes way more sense that it was up there compared to where it was in the original game.
No, my favorite thing about it was I felt like it was... So this is the part that I thought people said they didn't like about... Like, they didn't just like the last chapter as, like, a dungeon. I loved it. I felt like it was awesome. I felt, especially when the party kind of gets broken up, I enjoyed the hell out of having my party kind of, like taking time, going through it, doing other things, and, like, making your way slowly progressing through this massive temple felt way more satisfying than just going through a basic ass dungeon like from the original game.
I didn't like that you couldn't backtrack because I got to a certain point where I saw a bit of materia that I had missed, And I was like,
Yep.
fuck, how do I get the fuck back to that? And I looked at a guide and was like, nope, I just can't. That was from the opening chunk of this area. I can't get back there. Oops.
That's what I did.
Do you know what material it was?
backtrack as much
I mean, it's one that you already have. It's like a duplicate
Okay.
of something. I don't remember what it was though. I think it's like a shock.
I will
I think
say-
it was a level 4 chakra or something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
So like if you'd
will
already
say-
been leveling them up, you were fine. But yeah.
I will say that the Temple of the Ancients, that actually was much longer than I was expecting.
Mhm.
Like, chapter 13 is lengthy.
Yeah.
And I remember it was towards the end of my playthrough, and after I had just beat Reno and Rude, and the party flipped back to Red, Aerith, and Yuffie, I think it was,
Mhm.
I had to stop for the night, and I wanted to get to the end of the Temple of the Ancients. It just so happened that right after that's when all the real heavy shit starts to happen. And then you fight, you Sung and Elena, and then everyone has their trial, and then Cloud becomes contemptible for reasons.
Mhm.
Smack him in the face. But like, I agree. I like this interpretation of the temple much better than I do the original. I miss the clock puzzle. I like the clock puzzle.
I did not miss the clock puzzle.
I like the clock puzzle from the original.
I
but
like
I'm
the
weird
clock
like
puzzle
that.
because like it has a lot of prizes and rewards to it at the different times. But it was also like a whole bunch of bullshit that I was okay that I didn't like. I love that they had the allusion to it with the hands of the clock are where all of your party members kind of go into for their chunks of it. So I was okay with that.
I do not miss having to go through the doors to chase the guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Fuck
Yeah, I'm happy that didn't come back.
Yep.
But it's the length of it aside, like when you show up and you're outside and you fight like pretty much an entire battalion and you just wipe them out just to get in,
Mhm.
like that was a highlight. I really like the fact that going through everyone's trauma, we actually see Barrett's wife Myrna.
Yep.
Because in the original game, she's like a line or two of dialogue. She doesn't even have a character model. So
Yeah.
I really appreciated the fact that they actually gave Myrna some screen time.
I'm gonna pause right there. Myrna, the way Barrett talks to Myrna, like there is a love there. Like the voice actor did such an incredible job of conveying how much Barrett loved his wife.
Mhm.
And it breaks your heart a second time because it's like, where did he find Marlene and Elena with Myrna? And
Yeah.
it's like he found Marlene was the only thing left alive in that town. His best friend, as far as he knew, was dead. Myrna, Elena, everybody he loved died that day except for Marlene, and he took her. I think that getting to see her as like this very affable, very kind and considerate woman who is just she's just doing some laundry.
Yeah.
And it's something nice, sweet, and domestic that we don't get to see for Barrett ever. And seeing that, and you're like, Shinra didn't just like, oh yeah, they wrecked my town. They took who he was away from him. And like that's his motivation. Like it's to make a better world. But Shinra just didn't like anybody's town got wrecked by Shinra, sure. It's a deep at that point I realized it's a deep intrinsic sense of self that was torn away from Barrett. He was a leader and respected member of the community. He was a happily married man. He had a best friend who was married with a kid, and he was motivated to making everyone's life better, especially his best friend's family. And it's just a level of we got to see that in depth for Barrett.
Mhm.
And this is a stark reminder of this is what he's lost. Like this is his trial.
Yeah. On the flip side,
With the guilt.
I think Midgar dropped the plate on the wrong sector because like fuck all the people that were mean to like young Aerith, who's like just asking for
I was
help.
saving that for last.
Like,
I was gonna save that
oh
for
my
last.
god, the people in that scene, apart from obviously her Elmira, were just like, ha ha, shut up, kid, fuck you. It's like, what the hell's wrong with these people?
There's a couple, like, there's like the homeless guy with the sign who's like, I don't know, kid, sorry. Like, there's some folks that were just like that, but or maybe you didn't talk to them.
I tried to talk to them, and none of them, like, I tried to talk to that homeless guy, and he did not respond. So, like the only people that responded to me were assholes. So, fuck everybody from that flashback.
My thing was, I think I saw, like, talked to somebody who said, there's no doctor around here, sorry.
Yeah.
But seeing Red, actually seeing his capture, how he got into Hojo's clutches, seeing Yuffie have to relive. Yeah, seeing Yuffie have to relive Sona's death.
Again. Let's go. More Dirge of Cerberus connections, please, and thank you.
No, thank you. Yes, no, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And then I was gonna say the Aerith thing last because, as I intimated earlier, you know, God, you hate humanity, and then you get out of that, and Cloud says, you know, Aerith gives this impassioned speech about, you know, we can stop Sephiroth. You know, he doesn't get, you know, the satisfaction, and then. Are you done, or are you finished, or however he put it? It's like,
yeah,
but that's not Cloud actually saying that. That's Sephiroth.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah,
and that's why it's a good scene, but at the same time, it's like it's an effective scene because as a player, it's like I want to suck you in the face.
Yeah, it's the chunk of God of War where Atreus just turns into a complete asshole, and you're like, I want to murder you, child, boy, stop. It's very much kind of that vibes with Cloud in that chunk, and just him falling further and further off the deep end there. Yeah. Where do we go from there? Just I guess into the
Inner Sanctum.
Yeah, we get like the Kate Sith. Oh, going back to just Kate Sith in general. While I fucking hated his gameplay section, I liked the more they gave us of Kate Sith in this.
As far as the story goes.
And I liked like everyone calling him out as a Shinra like stooge early on. Obviously, like we know that he's secretly Reeve kind of thing from the last game or the original game. But like,
and they show it this time,
and they show it. They show Reeve, like changing the wanted posters and stuff like that. That was a fun.
Don't have too much fun.
But the like, I love they call him out early on as like all suspecting him for being a traitor and betraying them and whatnot. But then like it goes on long enough that it's like, oh, maybe they're gonna change something, or maybe he's not gonna betray them or whatever. And then nope, he betrays them. It's like, fuck you. But I will say on the flip side, like it's almost it's worse because they've given him enough character development that it doesn't make sense that he betrays them and does what he does in this version.
I feel like it does. Like it's
like for diehards like us that know the source material. Like, yeah, like I think it's gonna get further fleshed out. Like in part 3, I think Reeve is gonna hit a breaking point, and he's like, no, like this.
For me,
enough of this.
Yeah, no. For me, it was a matter of he even says he goes like, yeah, like listen, it's not a good idea to go there. I like you guys. I don't want you going there to die. No one ever survives going in there. Like, according to all the data stuff, nobody ever makes it back. So maybe it's a bad idea to go.
But then make that argument to the team. Don't take the thing and give it to the rivals and the enemies and the Turks. Like,
also,
where the fuck does that come from?
At this same point, Reeve is still a company man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other issue. Is like every time we see Reeve in the boardroom, it's like he's so like displaced and all that stuff. Yeah, there's weird vibes.
Well, I think it's like he's at a point where he's no longer like he can't say anything at work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has no sway or power, so he's using Kate Sith as kind of like a bid. And it's like, well, the plan is when we get the keystone, I'll hand it over, and that'll make things better for me. And I think it kind of came to a head of like, I think he may things may have worked out. This is an operation. It was a success. We got the keystone. He still feels bad about it, and so eventually he goes back to save them. Like I think that's where things come from on that end of things. It's like it's complicated. He's still like he still cares about them, but at the same time, like his job is his job.
Yeah.
He is a Shinra corpo. Like it is what he is.
Also, I appreciate the fact that they did not use Marlene as a hostage this go around.
Yeah.
For Kate Sith's betrayal. I like the fact that that was not anywhere in close to being why Kate Sith does what he does. So I respected the fact that that got changed.
Yeah. And then we get trying to think. Admittedly, the last couple hours of the game are a bit of a blur. But do we just go into the fight stuff?
Yeah, it's all fights
that point?
for a while.
No. Basically, Kate Sith trying to
like he's holding it to give everybody the chance to get away. Yeah.
But then Sephiroth shows up and summons like I don't know, hard whisper like tree trunk looking things, whatever, and Cloud trying to get the black materia to Sephiroth, which is how Aerith finally is able to kind of get away from the party. But at that point, then it starts to get a lot of the Zack incorporation with Biggs and all that timeline stuff, and then 13 going into 14. The only thing we didn't talk about with 14 is the actual Sleeping Forest, which admittedly is not much there, but I love the fact that there's a line there because Cloud talks to each party member, but he gets to Kate Sith, and Kate Sith's like, I apologize to everybody, so I just wanted to get to you, and Cloud's like, oh no, I'm still pretty pissed at you. I just got bigger fish to fry right now.
He says, it's fine, and Kate says, oh, I can't believe you're forgiving me, so he goes, no, I'm still really pissed at you, but I got bigger fish to fry. And Case is like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll talk about this later. Air's in danger. Like, we gotta go.
Yeah.
And then we see Vincent hanging out in the City of the Ancients. He was already there, chilling, looking sexy as hell. And then they do the whole thing where they hold up, like, the whisper wall to let Cloud get in. It's not gonna work. Then Vincent comes from behind Tifa, just like, boom, puts his arm up there, opens it up, Cloud gets through. And then we're off to the races for the finale.
All right, and we
now let's splice the first hour of this podcast back in here.
We talked about that already at length. Any other? So we've looking through kind of my notes. Obviously, we're already super long. We talked.
Singing, by the way, is fantastic throughout the rest of the entire game.
Oh yeah, all of like. Materia, or chocobo. Yeah.
And then it's like,
I like her song in Gongaga.
Yeah.
It's another song too of like about materia.
Yeah, the song in Gongaga that you basically be like, no, singing that again. I liked it.
I'm so bored.
Yeah.
Bored out of my brain.
Yeah. We didn't mention it in our original talk about the ending, but all of the stuff, kind of like the final cutscene of like the team fixing up the tiny Bronco, and obviously also dealing with the aftermath. I loved Sid humming the Prelude theme during that, because I was like, oh yeah, I haven't heard that song in this iteration. So like that being like where they slotted in was a fun little thing. But yeah, then also just the trauma of all of that. Anyway, yeah, Brandon.
I'm curious because we also talked about what we think is going to be in the third game. But how do you start the third game? Because now the tiny Bronco is repaired, and the party is together. So they know Sephiroth is up north. So do you just start the game at Icicle Inn, or do you start the game with the machinations of going on with the Wutai War? Like, I'm very fascinated how they're going to actually start, because this one was obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to be in calm. They're going to start with flashback. We've known that for 4 years.
I think the plane has to be grounded because of snowstorms, is what my thought is. You make it to Icicle Inn, which is further north.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you, I don't know if anybody tried to go to the Temple of the Ancients in chapter 12, like when you unlock the tiny Bronco before you can.
Yeah, it's like fog.
It's basically, like you can't get, like Sid basically turns you around and says it's too foggy to go north kind of thing. So, you can't progress. And so, I imagine there would be a similar thing. Or it might be, like Yuffie insists they go to Wutai as the war starts to kick off, and maybe the the plane gets shot down again or something like that. Because eventually we got to get the high wind. Really, is the obviously that's the
My thought is they get the high wind at the like when they escape Junon.
yeah agreed. But they
From the execution, yeah.
yeah.
Wait,
I love that little moment where they actually see it.
Mhm.
Oh, why don't we get that? Do you have
And
a flight crew
Yeah.
and piloting skills?
yeah, Cloud just outright calling it out like, "There's 5 of us. Like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
like 5? There's 6 of us or 7.
No,
6 of us.
five at that point because Yuffie's not part of the team. She's just running around doing her own thing
Yeah,
still.
so 5 of them. So
Yeah,
there's 5 of us.
there's 5 of us, and one of us is canine feline type. So yeah, I don't think we got this.
Yeah. Like, you have a full flight crew who's willing to like fly this for us? No, then leave it. Like, I think that'll be the big thing. We get the high wind after that point, but I think the point of it is if you want to go further north from the Icicle Inn, you have to like ground the plane. I don't think you can fly it over is the thing.
Yeah.
You need a good reason for that would be you need more powerful engines to make it past these northern winds. There you go.
Sure. Yeah. All the Icicle Inn stuff. I would say either Icicle Inn or Wu, like starting with Wu Tai.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, given this game, it'll probably be another weird like, okay, we're starting as Zack again, and what does that mean? And we're in which Stamp universe are we in? Going into that kind of weird stuff.
It'd be cool if we at that point we're just like it's like no, this is all Beagle now, baby.
Yeah.
It's all Beagle now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where the next game kicks off. Touching on everything else, we already touched on a lot of the changes, the mini games, the music, story, characters. We didn't touch on combat a lot, but I imagine we're all fans of the combat by and large.
Love synergies.
Yeah,
Talk about
That's
synergies
pretty much the
so
one
far.
combat.
yeah.
That's like the new thing they added, and we all loved it.
Yeah.
I found myself. I'm curious where you guys fell on this. I barely ever used my summons. I feel like I didn't need them for most fights.
I use them pretty often, but not very often. They don't pop up unless you really need them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. They are clutch in hard mode in my
Sure.
short 15 plus current hour experience.
I think
Is that
there's like dealing with like some bullshit bosses. They were super useful.
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. All right. Well then, yeah, I think we can.
Oh,
Yeah. Go ahead.
one last. Sorry. Love the fact Gilgamesh is a summon.
Sure.
That's all.
I never used Gilgamesh as a summon.
I mean, you get him so late in the
It's-
game
yeah.
that maybe
And I was
not.
I was killing things before I got summons off.
He's a fun summon because he is kind of still that same goofiness, and he can just go in there and slash up enemies and stuff.
For me,
he's
I had him
powerful as
Barrett,
hell.
and Barrett, like that was usually like my big stagger party, so I never was really running into trouble. I had him equipped to Barrett because Barrett and Gilgamesh both give off like big guy energy.
Yeah, which I immediately was like, okay, but sword guy. The whole thing is he's going after Cloud because Cloud is this other sword guy in this universe.
But I had Cloud equipped with Odin because one, Odin's found in Nibelheim and he's the deity of the Nibelheim area, and two, Zanzitskin, his sword. Like, also Gilgamesh didn't give the bonuses to attack and HP the way Odin did. So
All right.
I saw negatives in the places I didn't want them on Cloud, so I didn't equip it to them. I equipped it on Barrett because I saw the pluses where I liked them on Barrett.
All right. Except that's not the justification you just made. The justification you just made was Barrett and Gilgamesh both have big guy energy.
Well, there's the data.
So-
There's the professional data analyst side of my brain, and then there's the goofy, fun meme side of my brain. Okay.
That only comes out to justify when I refute why your nonsensical reasoning
Well, last time we
makes
talked about
no
it, I just
sense.
ended it by being like, "Nah, big guy energy wins out over
Yeah.
small guy energy."
Yeah. I hope you find the rat again. All right.
You, how dare you, you asshole! You fucking asshole! You know how badly that was. I messed me up, and you're just like, "Oh no, you're being obstinate." Fine. Hope you see that rat again. Fuck you.
All right, well, that's going to end up this episode. This extra long episode of our Final Fantasy Rebirth Spoilercast. As I knew it was going to be a super long one, bringing Brandon and Cam on to this. But thank you both for joining me for this conversation. You can follow Cameron at Rev Cabot. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Cam?
Yeah, shout out to everybody who we know who's over at PAX East right now, who's just doing awesome, crazy, cool stuff, putting out a bunch of articles. Shout out to Kotaku, who's still going to be able to do news for a while longer. That's a whole thing.
Oh, did they reverse their decision on that? Okay, I hadn't seen any news on that.
In the immediate future, it's for the immediate future, it's going to be this way, but the transition is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, that sucks. Because also, as somebody who works with SEO, but that's a discussion for another place, not after a 4-hour-long podcast. Also, shout out to just Trevor continuing to be putting out Like a Dragon playthroughs. They're awesome. And yeah, it's great that they're coming to an end soon, aren't they?
Oh no, we still got another 2 months.
Is it just because you pre-recorded so many in the can that I think we must be close to over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the ones I've got edited and uploaded take us through the end of March, but then I still have 2 months worth of stuff after that. I think so. Yeah.
2 more months of Like a Dragon every Tuesday and Thursday. Go check those out.
There you go. Yeah, it might get to the point I might sit down and in editing stuff tomorrow, I might just be like, all right, I'm just gonna upload and add in Saturdays and Sundays just so we get this done sooner. Who knows? Yeah. I'd say you can follow Brandon at GamesGan, though you're not active on Twitter anymore. But you might occasionally see something.
I will log in to retweet this when you get it edited and posted.
Yep,
but
there you go.
Outside of that, no.
Yeah. Do you want to give any shout outs to anything? Any plugs to anybody?
Other than yourselves, no. I mean, Easy Outlaws is still going strong. Kind of funny is What's Good Games is migrating from Patreon to Supercast, so that's something that they're doing over there. No Clip has got a lot of stuff coming down their pipeline here pretty soon. It's going to be a big year for the No Clip crew. So just pretty much, I guess my only real final words here is, one, if you lasted this entire podcast, thank you. You are a masochist, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure these guys do as well. Two, we touched on a lot of nitpicks and negatives and things, but again, can't stress enough. I love Rebirth so much. I put in 125 hours on this playthrough. I'm 150 plus overall right now, going through hard in total across all time spent. I love this game so much. And my last note is to you, Cam and Trevor. Thank you guys, as always, for wanting to talk to me. I know we went 3 hours with Remake. We went 4 hours now. I'm looking forward to the 5-hour chat we have 4 years from now. So just again, thanks, guys. This is always such a highlight.
A 3-part podcast just for that. To give ourselves a bit of breathing room on that one. You can follow me at Trevor J. Starkey. And Cam already shouted out, but I will echo the Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth Let's Plays. We took this week off of that D Plus show this last week just because I was just getting back from Disney, and the thing we had talked about watching of the Eras tour was very long and nobody actually got around to watching it all. So I think we're going to come back this coming week with X-Men 97 instead. So go check out that D Plus show. If you want, the episode prior to our week off there was me doing another Behind the Attraction, as I often do when I go to Disneyland, kind of thing. So,
shout out to Dune Part 2. You guys, you and Logan podcast about that last.
Talked about that a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
So did that.
Yep. You follow all of us over at That Nerdy Site, or go to thatnerdysite.com for all the latest from our team. If you liked what you heard, once again, please rate, review, subscribe, share the podcast with your friends, all that fun stuff. Yeah, like Brandon said, if you made it this far, shout out to you. You are the real troopers, and that probably helps our metrics more than anything anyway. But thank you for listening. As always, stay nerdy and be good to each other.